I think I know what this is. You see, Stan, as you get older, things that you used to like start looking and sounding like shit. And things that seemed shitty as a child don't seem as shitty. With you, somehow the wires have gotten crossed and everything looks and sounds like shit to you. It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
Oh no.
Yes. And there's no known cure, I'm afraid. Everything just seems shitty and everyone starts to seem shitty and everything they say just starts to...
It stinks. It stinks. It stinks.
Yes, Mr. Sherman, everything stinks.
Okay, they're talking about fictional characters. Fictional characters. Am I getting through to you at all?
Hello and good evening, everyone, to another episode of Saturday Night Sith, number 21. I am your host, Fractured Filter. Hope everyone's doing great tonight. And with me, as always, is my co-host, partner in crime in all this funness, Jay Hitman. How are you doing tonight, sir?
So I'd like to say I'm excited. I'm excited.
You're
ready.
excited for certain things.
So yeah, it's for certain things. What a show we have in store tonight. Lot to go over. There's so much to go over. Kenobi.
Mountains to go over.
Mountains to go over. Kenobi. Yeah. There. I don't even know where to start. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and because like it is right now, we have the whole Star Wars celebration going on. So we've also been getting plenty of new information, new drops, what's gonna be coming out and all that sort of. So we certainly won't be without material anytime soon. That's for sure.
I feel like over each week that we've been doing this, we've gotten just a myriad of things to go over. But like this week, it's just been inundated with just ridiculousness, like celebration. All these so many articles that I just can't wait to go through, and then this Kenobi part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, that's still such a curiosity to me, and I kind of see why after watching the first episode.
Why they gave us 2?
They kind of needed that second episode, but at the same time, I don't know if it did them any favors. I mean, it didn't hurt any more than that first episode already did.
Yeah.
Especially to Kenobi.
It was yeah, I know we'll get into it later, later in the show, but it was just painful.
It really was.
I love the GIF you sent me after you told me that you just watched it. I haven't saved on my phone. I'll have to try to pull it up. But I mean that perfectly describes. I don't think I made it with and you called it right. I think last year the show before you're like they're gonna do an Order 66 flashback. Like you called it before the leaks came out.
Yeah, but I was. And I know, we'll getting into that later, but I was when I watched the scene too, I'm like, it would have been it could have been actually kind of cool if we got to see more of Anakin going about killing some of the older Jedi and stuff like that. Not just the younglings, but the other Jedi. Maybe that could
yeah.
It'll be there's so much to go over for that.
Well, I just wanted to call that out because when we had talked, you're like, I bet because we always often talk about the nostalgia and the member berries, but you called it. It's like I remember you saying like I just had a feeling they're going to do an Order 66 scene, and then the leaks came out, and I was like, there's no way, like they're not that stupid to do that.
Well, I mean, it was not necessarily a stupid thing. I mean, it's not a bad idea to kind of call to that, especially like you say, to get them member berries in. But
right.
I mean, I don't know if this is gonna be the only flashback. Let me
retract my statement. It was stupid of them to open the scene with the younglings doing excuse me, Pilates in the council room.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I would have figured it would have been them with lightsabers practicing, because that's usually what they don't usually do calisthenics and everything.
Yeah, right.
Yoga or whatever.
and I mean, there's so much that we can talk about later on when we do the Kenobi, but I do want to bring it up because you brought the point. Like, it would have been cool if they brought Anakin, like, showed more of that. Like, they had Hayden Christensen there, like, so, like, why not?
Yeah, they have, and I could have sworn there was some information about them possibly doing Anakin outside of the suit, but
listen, I know
don't know.
I'm biased.
We'll see, I guess.
As you know, and I'm sure maybe you're a little biased too, because we align with Sith. So I would love to see Jedi just getting taken out, especially Order
absolutely
66, with my boy on the loudspeaker. Execute Order 66. Please don't. Yeah.
It is almost just wanting to just jump right into it, but let's
reminds me of being in school. The lunch announcement over the intercom.
Are you referring to what was talked about today on?
No, well, I missed something.
I saw. I thought I had saved it. It was on Twitter. The channel Data Racer.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull that up right now.
What I miss?
So, the SJWs were traumatized by the first episode of Obi-Wan, saying it was triggering school shooter scene that made them cry. The kids in the fictional show were protected by Jedi and escaped alive.
Okay. Well, I was just referencing my childhood having to listen to that ridiculousness over the intercom, but this is just God, I can't.
Yeah, they were apparently out in a bit of small force of crying over that opening scene, and I did that. I didn't put. Apparently, they're putting more together than I was, because that didn't even occur to me. I was thinking of everything else that went on. With the Star Wars universe and at that time and everything like that. Not this stupid shit.
Do you think they had an intercom system in the Jedi Temple?
Possibly. I mean, they gotta call school lunches and stuff like that.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yep. Obviously, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I thought it was so dumb. Keep real life separate from fantasy. I mean, they want to eventually make such a point about. No. Sorry.
And what do we?
They want to keep more real life in the in the fantasy, which is just god dang ridiculous.
Everything is politicized with them, and I guess not just them. Like, everything in our world is politicized. But boy, howdy, do they politicize stuff?
Well, that's just their angle, right? If
it's not grooming, it's politicizing.
It's the personal is political. So that's why it gets injected into everything, and to some degree, yes, a lot of it, you can't escape it. It's going to be in there one way or another in some form. It's just one of those things, and you can either like it or just ignore it, or move the fuck on.
Right.
But like it is, they also like to quickly make a big cry and stink of it, while the rest of us are just kind of like, we're just trying to watch our space opera here.
Yeah.
This is the time you're supposed to detach your brain, right? You're supposed to just kind of sit into it, enjoy the world and all. Yes, George had his allegories and stuff like that spread through the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy of his own stuff, but it wasn't, cracking you over the skull with a brick.
No.
Some of the knowledge of what he was putting in came after the fact. It came out from hearing it in interviews, and some of it was just that's obvious. But it's just just let the fantasy world be the fantasy world. We don't need to see reflections in the fantasy world of the real world. It's the whole point.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have that escapism.
Right. Oh, that's exactly what it is. And you know, at least for me, that's how I would escape as a child. I go and watch Star Wars and all this and that. That's like, and now it's like you can't even do it. You can't watch Star Wars without. You can't even escape. You can't watch it without like having
something
issue.
injected in there.
Yeah, some issue being brought up within their. I don't even know what you want to. I don't even know what I want to call what they're established. Whatever. I don't even know. Their craft.
Yeah, and this was a point I made too. So also, and this kind of, I mean, we're kind of flying all over the place right now, but this is certainly kind of one of the topics we were wanting to get into. On I don't know if you saw it too. I think you made some comments about this as well. This I saw, of course, from the General Ram Koda. He pointed out this scene from the Kenobi show. Let me know if you can hear this or not.
You would kidnap an Imperial Senator's child.
Can you hear it?
Done worse.
Yeah.
I found a link between him and Organa in the archives. I used the girl as bait.
And you did this without informing me?
You left me no choice.
She thinks she will gain favor by capturing Kenobi.
Whatever power you are craving, it will not change what you are.
And what is that?
The least of us. You came to us from the gutter. Your ability gave you station, but all the power in the world can't mask the stench beneath.
Maybe that stench is your failure.
So, yeah, with that little bit, like he points out, this is the most blatant social commentary Disney Star Wars has released thus far. You cannot convince me there isn't an agenda behind this.
Yeah.
And one of my point that I had replied to this, and I was just like, once upon a time, this could just be seen as Sith or Darksiders being just that. Because if you remember, like, for example, in the Darth Bane book, the first one, Path of Destruction, the fellow apprentice, Fulhark, who just rips into Bane, just belittling him and taunting him and everything, until, to much of his chagrin, only pisses off Bane and thoroughly destroys him. But, it just would have been just that. It would have been, Sith doing their power plays and everything, and just, what comes with the Darksider. And, and so, like I did to say, is like, sadly in today's climate, you're absolutely right. You just can't escape this sort of shit. It's there. It's gonna be they're finding every opportunity they can. And like the General Ram Koda guy, he said, because somebody was just kind of going, "Are you sure about that?" He says, he's like, all the Inquisitors have the whitest skin ever, and the quote lowest of them is the only black woman in the Inquisitorius. Give me a break.
Right. No, it's 100%.
Which is, you have the Grand Inquisitor, the most palest motherfucker there, and he's the one that's doing the belittling and everything like that, and especially talking down to her like that. But again, it's just would have been just seen as just that. In a non-politically charged environment, it just would have been,
But this begs the question, like, and I agree with what he's saying, like, it, and what you're saying as well, like years ago, it would just be two Sith Inquisitors, whatever, Sith, just being Sith, right? But in today's climate, like,
Andrew their own power plays and stuff like that, how they will level, kind of try and measure. It's like with gamers and stuff. We'll talk shit to each other. If you can take the banter, you're pretty much you're okay,
Right.
But when then you start whimpering and whining, then you just become a bigger target.
Listen, like kids today would not survive a Modern Warfare 2 chat lobby.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. I gained majority of my mom jokes from Modern Warfare 2 chat lobby, and most of my insults from Modern Warfare 2 chat lobby. I took
Absolutely.
that stuff into like the Black Ops lobby, and nobody could hold a candle to me. So, but you say that to a kid today, you know, yeah,
Report blocked,
yeah,
muted. Where?
yeah.
I mean, Jesus, there was the day for when I was playing stuff online with Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight. You didn't have the ability to mute people or anything like that. Not really. You had to kind of either it was fight or flight. So it's called, you had to learn how to banter with the best of them, or else you would just be
Right.
You'd be put to the grader, man. It was just
I
that.
just
So
I find it so interesting that like, and this was an article that I wanted to go over, and I think I had posted it in
Discord.
the Discord about the Disney prepping.
Yeah, I think I did too.
Do you want to bring it up?
Yeah, hang on. That was the one from Bounding into Comics, right?
I believe it was Bounding into Comics, yeah.
I know there was a few things flying around about all this crap.
If not, I had, or maybe it was Vanity. It was one of the two, or Variety, not Vanity, Variety.
Yeah, well, I mean, this the Bounding into Comics one kind of does encapsulate a lot, well, a little bit extra too was what was going on. So let me pull that up right now. So yeah, on Bounding into Comics from Jacob Smith. After endorsing calling all white people racist, Lucasfilm prepped actress Moses Ingram against, quote, racist backlash to her Obi-Wan Kenobi character. There's no dumbest shit, because her character is just that shit. It's not a good character,
right?
Flat out.
Let's see.
And I'd say that about the Inquisitors too. They're all pretty much shit characters, but
yeah.
So yeah, Lucasfilm, a subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company, believes their Star Wars fan base is racist. According to actress Moses Ingram, who plays Inquisitor Reva Savander, that's a hard one to say, in the upcoming Obi-Wan Kenobi TV series on Disney Plus, warned her she would face racism for playing the character. Ingram's revelation that Lucasfilm believes their Star Wars fan base is racist comes a little over a year after the company endorsed supporting calling all white people racist. If you recall back to January 2021, Bounding into Comics reported that newly hired Star Wars The High Republic host Christina Ariel had previously claimed that white people are racist. In March 2020, Ariel tweeted, "White people, fucking stop. Your racism won't save you. Your ignorance is not an excuse." And it was and then in May 2020, she wrote, "White conservatives, please stop invoking racism like you give a shit. You don't. You just want to be able to say, what about when someone calls out 45," and she's referring to Trump because they were so adult to refer to the president by his number, and his blatant racism. In June 2020, she also wrote, "Just a reminder that white women are just as complicit in the upholding and enforcing of white supremacy." The official Star Wars account came out in support of Ariel, writing, "Our Star Wars community is one of hope and inclusivity. We do not stand for bullying and racism. We support Christina Ariel." This is what, if anybody that's following Stick Kenobi, he's been on the tear because going, why support, the people that out and out hate you.
I love Stick, dude. He pulls no punches, man. I've been following him a lot more and more with what he with what he's doing on Twitter.
Oh, absolutely. Ingram, who is set to play the villainous Inquisitor, working under Darth Vader, is slated to have a major role in the upcoming series, with some arguing her impact will be even bigger than the title character of Obi-Wan Kenobi, played by Ewan McGregor. Yeah, and that's a legitimate concern, considering it's the show that's supposed to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's supposed to be the focus. It's what people have been calling that's going to be a bait and switch. No. And as it's been seen, what apparently, and I can't comment, I can't say from my own personal watching of them, just what I've heard. That's what the Marvel shows have done. A lot of bait and switch. They'll slightly prop the main lead, but then only replace them with another character, or prop up another character.
If they keep the show solely based on Kenobi, then it's racist,
right?
With that logic.
So continuing on to that effect, the character of Reva Savander is described by the show's creator, Joby Harold, as someone who will, quote, contribute to the legacy of Star Wars villains in a really interesting way. Regardless of what her role is or how impactful it will be, Ingram revealed in an interview that The Independent that Lucasfilm trained her to deal with the racist backlash towards her character ahead of the show's premiere. So here's a bunch of cue cards. Here's what you need to say, and call all the fans racist. I mean, that's basically gonna be it, right?
You know, I don't even know where to start. Like, because when I was going through it, it's just stupid. Like, it's so stupid. And by now, you think that like nothing would phase us. Every article that we read, you would think that we've been dealing with Disney long enough, and their stupidity and the ridiculousness and the politicizing everything, that we wouldn't be shocked by anything. But like, I was shocked by this, and I
were you really?
A tweet. Well, I just
no, I mean, I'm just
because it's like there's a difference, and I had tweeted this a couple of days ago. It's like there's a difference between backlash surrounding a character, not the individual that plays the character, but the character itself,
right?
And then being racist, right?
Yeah.
So if I say, well, I think Lando Calrissian is a terrible character, and he's black, and the guy that portrays him is black, is that me being racist, or is that me saying that I think the character is shit, right? Versus Moses Ingram, I don't like.
Well, and especially your wording. You just Lando Calrissian's character, and that's all you're putting the emphasis on, is his character is shit. Right. It's a bad character. It's whatever.
But if I say Moses, I don't like Moses Ingram because she's black and she plays this character, and there's a difference, right?
Oh, so absolutely.
They're saying because it's mind-boggling. It's so stupid. It's like to sit there and say, well, we heard you say you don't like her character, therefore you're white and she's black and you're racist solely because you're white.
The leaps of logic,
and she's
right?
Black. Right. So not only are you playing, the racist card, but it's also it's not identity politics. Is identity politics? What is it?
It would fall under that umbrella.
Right. So that it irritates me. It's like
possibly it's something else, but yeah.
And I've never been a fan of the Inquisitors at all, right?
And I get it. So the one thing I would, I guess what you would say would be a slight against her would be, I would say her performance was weak. Like for me, whenever she was speaking, it almost sounded like she was on the verge of tears half the time. So she didn't have nearly a commanding presence, or a voice of a real authority. It always just came off as kind of, like I said, on that verge of.
But be careful, because
being in tears,
sexist, right?
Well, I'm fine with that.
I'm just saying,
I don't
trap you no matter what. No matter what.
No matter what, and then it's just called piss off. But no, it's it's just so that would be like the one example that they would use of going, oh no, now you're attacking her because XYZ.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Critical race theory. That's what it is.
Oh,
so,
that stuff.
Racism
Yeah.
and critical race theory is what we get into with
and that's what they're pushing. Every big corporation will.
Listen, I don't have a problem. Yeah. I think
it's like, don't even, the thing is too, is like, it's not even a matter of, justifying yourself. It's like, we're just calling it what it is.
Right.
Don't like it?
Yeah.
Oh, too bad for you then. That's on you.
Right. But it's like, it almost begs the question, like, why choose her, right? Do they choose her because they're all about inclusive, and I can never say that word, inclusivity, whatever, inclusivity, right? Did they choose her because of that, or did they choose her because they're trying to play a political card, right? Because I don't think they were. I mean, and well,
it's not even. It's like, are you? They're. I mean, we know the answer. They are picking her for the inclusivity and the diversity and to get all those basically those holes punched in the card instead of just like what a lot of people are just trying to make the point. Hire the person that's best for the job. That's all anybody has ever wanted, but we know we're not going to get, and that's never going to be the case.
Right. Well, and I guess for me, like, I'm not racist at all, right? Like,
so
let me
kind of qualify. Let me qualify that too. It's like, yes, the best person for the job. If you are basically like having a created new character, but when it comes to adapting books, comic books, and stuff like that, stick to that character. So yes, you are gonna hire or look to the best qualified person that is, say, playing a white character, playing a black character, Asian character. I'd say that's something you should have to stick to, because don't give me that bullshit. Oh, we're adapting. No. Yeah, you're adapting it to film. That means you should also be sticking to the rules of what the author put together. But at the same time, art's basically dead at this point. So,
but and then the other thing, that comment that the guy that you just quoted, his tweet, it's like, I just like, to your point, man, you have the widest, who, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, didn't even resemble a Nudipalian. And I know Davi also, we talked about last show, it's a hill I'll die on. He doesn't, there's no resemblance. So for the record,
it's missing a lot of detail, and I believe one of the other topics I'm going to be getting to also, they have an Utapauan that looks much better in a video game than this one in this TV show. It's like, wait, what?
He doesn't look anything like, and just to put this out there, the Utapauan that, like on Revenge of the Sith, he wasn't white. He was the grayest,
I mean,
it's very interesting that he makes this comment, and this guy's the widest Utapauan talking down to the, Reva, or the Reva character who's betrayed as a black woman.
Right.
So it's like, what is your play here? Is it just coincidence that you made this guy the widest Utapauan that has ever been seen? Out of all the concept art that I've ever seen, like, I've never seen that character or that race as pasty white. Like, it looked like he looks like the backside of Kris Kringle's ass.
Well,
sorry.
I think, I mean, I don't know. This would be probably giving them an out, but it sometimes this kind of goes towards what happened, like how the way it's been presented in video games and stuff like that. Right. When you go further to the dark side, you happen to become pasty white. So at least with certainly like the human races and stuff.
Baby powder white or pasty white? Because this dude was baby powder pasty white.
I mean, basically that it's like the skin tone just gets kind of depleted of what tone is there. So
listen, my homeboy Malgus didn't look like that.
kind of getting there,
to
but
that extent. Okay, well,
no, certainly not to the Grand Inquisitor level. No,
right. The other thing I saw, there's a tweet. You know, since we're on the topic of like racism and this whole scene, all these characters, right? So you have you have a black woman, African American woman, you have this Inquisitor that is pasty white, and then I saw a comment by I need to pull up on my Twitter, but it's like they're basically saying you have an Asian Inquisitor, but you had to go with the hat. Referencing that the hat was very,
that's the
derogatory. The right term, derogatory. I don't know.
No,
but basically, she's like, you had to go with the hat, and I'm 99% sure the girl that was posting it was Asian herself.
It's funny. I mean, especially, the character that was presented in Rebels.
I thought it was Wong.
Had a very different look,
Yeah.
That I wouldn't have associated as being Asian of some descent. That didn't occur.
You did.
Didn't. Not for that character, no. Especially not just because of his 6 foot height, but just some of the facial features didn't exactly scream to me, oh, they're taking more Asian influences or something like that. But that's also getting into some other territory that we probably shouldn't.
I thought he was 100%.
But no, that's kind of the funny thing, right? That they want to avoid stereotypes, but at the same time they still end up stereotyping these people when they put them in certain roles.
It's like you're trying to prevent something, but you're willingly promoting it at the same time. You're leaving the door open for such, like who thought of, like, was it Deborah Chow? Like, who thought it would be a good idea to, I don't know, I'm not gonna go there. I don't want the FCC to come after us. No, you got screwed. Like, if you have all these people come out about, saying white people are racist, blah blah blah, all this and that, and then the company comes out and says, no, well, we stand by this so and so person, Azalea, whatever her name is, that's saying white people are racist, and then you have this, you cast these characters, and I don't know, man. It's just that scene screamed, white, black, Asian.
Right.
More focus on Inquisitor, the Grand Inquisitor, and Reva.
Well, and Mr. Insect here, he jumps in with the comment. In terms of Sith characters so far, she's just about as generic as you get. The overly aggressive, angry Sith that would force push random troopers to their deaths. She's just Darth Bandon of Kenobi.
Yeah.
And that's especially, or what was it like? A few scenes in, when they're still on Tatooine, she just decides to start lopping hands off, and it's like, okay.
I take offense to that. Or chopping hands off.
Do you now?
Yeah, she didn't chop any black woman's hands off. Why'd she have to chop off a white woman's hand off?
This is true. You're right.
Just saying. So, I was gonna say something else I wanted to touch on. I had a brain fart.
No worries.
This was really, really good because it was really pissing me off.
If it comes back.
Oh yeah. I want to talk about like John Boyega, right? When he goes like the Finn character. Finn got a lot of hate, right? But
Finn, no. From my perspective, Finn, the whole thing with him, especially once after Last Jedi came and went, a lot of people were just upset that they had set this character up to a degree, and then they just kind of shat on him with the sequel and then the later movies. It was just they just completely mishandled him, and everyone was more expecting him to be in the Jedi trainee role than Rey, right? Because he certainly was, he was always the one kind of picking up the lightsaber and was getting into it.
Right.
And,
Well, I
again,
guess
this is kind of where I've come in, where it's like, God damn it, they don't know how lightsabers work. But no, at least from some of the circles I guess I've followed, I never really saw any hate towards Finn. It was just always the disappointment of him being misused.
Right.
And that was kind of where I was at too, because he came across as being the more interesting character between him and Rey. Which, I mean, isn't a high bar to jump, but
no, I mean,
but he at least had a little more going for him, and then they did absolutely nothing with it, and it was a little disappointing to see that happen. So at least that's, I mean, and a lot of times, like people pointed out, especially like when it came to Jar Jar Binks back in the day, it wasn't the fans being racist or whatever. It was the media more making those derogatory comments and stuff like that. They just again,
trying to fuel a fire that they created.
And they were just they were stirring up their own nonsense of, ooh, the fans are being this, that. I mean, this is a funny thing. This is what always makes me laugh is like, the media has been at this for a long time of misrepresenting fandoms and stuff. And some of you people are still taking the bait and falling into their trap and going along with it and touting the narrative. And it's just the most, one thing I could just say is, it's an infuriating thing. Cause it's like, open your eyes a little bit and actually have more than a goldfish memory to see what these stupid media outlets have done.
Right.
Davieso jumping in again. He says, I think her character isn't bad, and I'll explain why later on. Or ain't that bad, he says.
Well,
you got some explaining to do. No, he's talking about Reva.
Oh, I can't wait. Get him on right now.
We can't, not yet. but he'll be on later.
I'm gonna find a way. What time is it? 5?
4:45. So we got another hour or so before he can get on.
I'm calling you right now, Davia. So better answer. No. Yeah, it's funny. I've seen a lot of stuff on social media. It's like, oh yeah, Rio's not a bad character, and then literally like hours later, people come back and say, yeah, actually, they're pretty bad.
I've been seeing a little bit, but then again, it's like I'm always in certain circles. I don't always see
how are you
everyone else's.
I need to figure out how you have your Twitter set up, because I feel like I'm just getting inundated. Like somebody's laughing at me. Somebody at Disney is flooding my Twitter.
I ignore a lot too. Like I pick and choose what I want to comment on. So like I'll see stupid shit, and I'll kind of do the whole. I'll type an angry message, but I won't send it because I'm just like, do I really want to start this shit? And there are times where I'm like, okay, hit send. And there are times where I'm like, this ain't worth it. I'll back off and I'll just keep scrolling. I'll just basically keep scrolling because it's like, well, especially when you like look at the comments, what the comments that the person's already making or have made, or just like see their Twitter profile really quick. And you can kind of make an assessment of, is it really worth engaging? Because a lot of times you're just going to be up against someone possibly as stubborn as you that won't be backing down anytime soon. So to me, it's just kind of like, all right, let bygones be bygones. You can be stupid. I'll be stupid my way. I'll move the hell on. I'm not going to deal with it. So I kind of pick and choose my battles, I guess.
I have an example of so last night I don't know, Tayneko Gamer. Let's see if I can find the original tweet here. Oh, come on. He says, okay, so he was like, honestly, I get it. He failed. So the original, maybe I'll just put it up here. So Scripture was like, I'm one scene into Kenobi and already facepalm, review tomorrow. And I think you had commented, and then Melvin White.
Oh.
He had posted. Honestly, I get it. He failed Anakin and put himself into exile.
Oh, I saw that one.
From the Force. It's classic. It's a classic reluctant call to action trope that most Star Wars media starts off with. So I had typed this thing out probably like 2 to 3 times. I was on my way home and I read this. I was like, no, man, I gotta fire shots at this guy because like clearly like I don't know if he ever read the Kenobi book. But to your point, I was like, do I want to start this? Do I not want to start this? And then I was driving and I heard somebody say, do it. So then I posted, just basically saying the Kenobi book explains where Obi-Wan was mentally and how he continued on. Yes, he was dealing with the fallout from Order 66, the loss of what he thought was Anakin. However, this Kenobi is not the Kenobi of the book. They had the blueprint, no excuse for this utter dumpster fire, right?
Yep.
So that's perfect. Yeah. I want to start this. And then I debated, and then finally Script Trooper came on board with it. I think he liked it, so I was like, okay, good. So
got some validation there.
Well, no, but it's but that's your point. It's like, do I want to do it? And so I told you though, my main goal is to start a war on Twitter. So
I know. Mr. Insect here comes in with I'm sure they'll go into more specifics on her aggro as it goes on. And hey, for Sith, of course, that's never bad. Being overly angry, just kind of dime a dozen.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that part and everything. I'm just waiting to see how. I mean, because this is apparently supposed to be only 6 episodes, and once next week rolls by, we're gonna be halfway through this already.
If this pacing is as good as the Book of Boba, we're screwed.
We're in for a treat, that's for sure, right? It's just like, wow. I'm just really kind of why such a small run?
This isn't me being racist, but why her? So we talked about you had the blueprint, you had Kenobi, you had Last of the Jedi. I get we've talked often about we want to they want to do their own thing, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But why not bring Inquisitor Malorum? Why not do something like that? Why not take Kenobi, adapt Kenobi, take Malorum, you don't even have to put Malorum in it, right? But when you read the book, that Inquisitor, again, I'm not a fan of the Inquisitors, but he kind of BA, man. When you read the book, oh, who's this guy, right? You look at it, so it's why not do something like that? I just 2 episodes in, and I know it's a kid show. We got to be respectful. Families are listening, but I'm just 2 episodes in, and it's I don't even want to do 3. I don't even want to do 3.
I can't help but kind of agree with you a little bit on that one. It's just but I say that, but at the same time, I'm also very morbidly curious about how the
bastard.
I'm a sick puppy. Especially once I already kind of see something, I'm like, okay, I gotta at least I gotta partly see this through. I know there's a lot of people that are
painful it was to watch.
Yes. Although I will say the Clone Wars season 7, I tapped out of watching the Ahsoka centric episodes, and I skipped those 2 or 3 that they had for her and went right to the last two episodes that they had because I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. They were bad episodes. So I all I watched was for season 7 the Bad Batch episodes, which their kind of introduction, and then skipped hers and then watched the last episodes that they had for her or for Clone Wars season 7. I was just like, no, I'm not. I'll just watch the better stuff. I don't.
Oh, man, bad bit.
So should we finish up this article here?
I mean, do we? Yeah. How much? I don't remember how much is left, but basically,
I mean, it's basically just they're
if you're white, you're racist. That's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, and I guess apparently, I mean, that's kind of skipping through. They even talk about blocking people and crap
cancel
like that.
Culture? Are you talking about cancel culture?
Oh no, that doesn't exist.
Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't exist with critical race theory or identity.
But it's like, how do they is they because they love throwing like this here. Ingram said pockets of hate, but what are you defining as that though? Please tell me. I'm curious.
I had begged
Because are you talking about legitimate, or are you just talking about some constructive criticism that people are having of the show and what they're being presented with? I mean, I know the answer, but it's this kind of called. So define that for me. What are you? What are your qualifiers for all this?
Well, I had posted. I'd asked people. I'm very evidence based, so I was like, please present evidence that would support Disney prepping Ingram for racist backlash. And I know all my 10 followers, out of all my 10 followers, not a one person had posted anything about any substantial evidence that would lead Disney to prep Ingram for racist backlash. And that's why I was so up. I got, just kerfuffle because, like I said, there's a difference between having an opinion about a character that has nothing to do with race versus...
No, you're just talking about the character themselves and their traits and their behavior and yada, 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 their personality and all that. That's what you're going for.
Not the skin color of the person portraying that character. That begs the question, like, why even do it? Like, what evidence, what has happened from, like, when you announced that you're going to take this role to now? Like, what racial situations or whatever, like, what racism have you experienced? Because if you're going to sit there and say, well, people don't like the character, okay, that's the character. So what else? Like, give me a better example. That's not racism.
No.
Well, the character's black,
but they can't. They just know it's a good. They just know it's a good weapon to bludgeon you with. Because a lot of times, most people are gonna, kind of frighten back and go, "Oh no, I'm not. I'm just, no. Instead of just kind of sticking to their own convictions, ignoring what they're trying to taunt them with, and just still kind of blast them with what they've got.
Yeah. It's like preparing you for, and I there's a difference between, like, preparing for the worst, expecting the best, right? Versus, like, well, we're going to prepare you for racism because we know it's going to happen, even though it hasn't happened yet with this specific character. Like, I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be, but there has to be something that triggers that. Every response, like, how do you word it? Like, there has to be a trigger for you to take that route. Like, and if you're gonna say, well, the United States, has had a history of racism, okay, like, whatever, but what has triggered specifically now? Like, we're talking about Star Wars, right? Like, this is supposed to be separate. This is supposed to be an escapism. Like, what racism have you experienced within Star Wars, within this character specifically, to trigger you to prepare somebody who's not spent a day, and, like, she even said that this is her first journey with Star Wars, right? So what has happened for you to prepare her for it? I'm pretty sure she probably knows what racism is.
Well,
right?
It just got a bunch of notes. Like I said, it's got a bunch of notes from Lucasfilm and said, yes, prepare for this. Why? Because we said so. You don't need any other explanation. Will you experience any of it? Probably not. But we're even if anything, it'll be from some low tier trolls at best. Otherwise,
I don't know. I just
Well, and speaking and from that, I believe this is the same person that was blasting on oh god, the whole at the beginning of that article, Christina Ariel. I think this was her. This is from the Star Wars celebration going on right now. Anna, that Star Wars girl, she has the clip here. I'm going to bring it up really quick because there's also another interesting little part in this. But there's some funny. There's for one some very funny energy that comes from it, but also just kind of a diss on a established character. So that's Star Wars girl. She quotes, "Lando was just some dude trying to get into Leia's pants. This woman is writing Star Wars and complains all day, every day about diversity, but reduced a successful businessman and war hero down to just, quote, some horny dude. The only one with the problem is her." And here, let me play the clip here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it just boils down to Star Wars is for everybody, and
that's something nobody has ever contested.
Right.
Although now we kind of wish we had, gate kept some of you twisted fuckers out, but too late for that.
You're not reflecting the people you see in the real world in your fantasy worlds. There's a problem.
No, you can keep your fantasy worlds at least for the writer, whoever's creating that fantasy world, they can make it however the damn well please.
Right.
You don't need reflections of the real world. That's, especially if you're looking to escape. You don't want to see the real world for a while. You just kind of want to ignore it.
And I think it was really great that thank you. Let's clap for diversity.
Please clap.
And dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Yes.
But I just think it's like, that was for me the most exciting thing is because, as a kid, I got Lando.
Oh, and this was also the Nerdrotic had screen capped it. And I think he was mainly pointing to the whole diversity, please clap stuff, and dinosaurs. But also, like I'd pointed out, was just the fact that the chat was disabled. So you have this whole fan celebration thing, big Star Wars celebration, and you've closed out the chat for nobody to for everyone that's watching to, in a small way, take part, if anything, just talking amongst each other.
Now, why would you do something like that, I wonder?
I don't know. But hang on, here's the part that was mentioned. Let's go back really quick.
Thing is because, as a kid, I got Lando. For me, the most exciting thing is because, as a kid, I got Lando. And then I got Mace Windu. Like, Mace Windu was solid. At least he was a Jedi instead of like a guy who was just trying to get into Leia's trousers. But like,
really, I mean, it is just again like it was. I mean, Lando. Do you know? I mean, I'm trying to think of where to begin with this.
Who is this exactly? Because I think I saw this clip. Who's talking right now?
I think this is the woman in charge of the High Republic. Basically, this is the Christina Ariel chick that was mentioned in the article. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is her. But
just in me now.
I mean, Lando Calrissian, the man who was in charge of Bespin, was running a successful business, like Star Wars Girl pointed out. War hero, the guy that took down the second Death Star. Nothing.
Yeah, he
was a smuggler of his time, but he was successful in it. And then he became a successful general.
It's disrespectful. He was a business aficionado.
Yeah, exactly. So he is all of these things, and yet right there just breaks him down as just being, even though a lot of it was this kind of him in his own way of kind of just kind of taunting a little bit towards Solo, give it this kind of ribbing him here and there.
Side rip.
Yeah.
I just wanted, so she's talking at Star Wars Celebration, right?
Yeah, this is that celebration this year. This is this year's celebration.
What age range do you think the High Republic?
The High Republic books, since are
they for? What
they are basically in the young readers,
for
so
sure.
the like early teens.
So, do you think that somebody who's in charge of the High Republic, working for Disney, the happiest place on the world or in the world, and loves children, would probably refrain from besmirching a character as Lando Calrissian to, or degrade him in the sense that he was just trying to get into Leia's pants.
But listen to all. I mean, but like you hear too how basic she made Mace Windu sound. Oh, he was a Jedi. But he was a Jedi who was a master on the council, second to only to Yoda, who was basically, you know, top tier. He created a lightsaber form that was specialty to him. Did pass it on to, I think, Kit Fisto.
Was he not the Grand Maester at one point as well?
No, I don't think so. That was Grand Master. It was Yoda. That was strictly the Grand Master of the Jedi Council and everything. And like I said, the only one that was second to it was Yoda, or between him, it was Yoda, then him.
Right.
And then you could probably say Kenobi was third.
Right.
They were the top tier.
Yeah.
And you just kind of basic bitch him and make him. Oh, he was a Jedi.
Well, when you read, so I'm reading Shatterpoint.
Oh, how is that, by the way?
It's good so far, but it talks about Mace, like, so it's interesting to bring this up, and we're talking about it because it gives kind of a brief history of Mace Windu and how he spent he was on the council, 20 plus years, and he was one of the, if I remember, I don't quote me,
like
but
the youngest one appointed,
one of the youngest on the council, and so. But he's just basic, though. I mean,
that gets mentioned in the Revenge of the Sith book when Anakin's getting pissed off about not being made a master, and he's just like, "Oh, Mace Windu just doesn't want me on there because he knows I'd be taking his place as the youngest Jedi to be appointed to the council."
And then he also has, his Shatterpoint power, which
oh yeah, that too.
But
his own force. It's kind of own force specialty power. Yeah,
it's just a basic power that nobody else has.
Yeah, it sees the threads of sees the kind of threads of fate between, by using the force between Jedi and normal people and how everyone's connected, and no, it's a really cool thing. And then
basically
also uses it for combat.
Yeah. But it's just basic though. Like he's just basic.
Well, and and it was like later on in I think it was Legacy of the Force with when Jason Solo was going to the dark side and stuff. Jaina Solo learns it because he kind of did too. But then she learns the technique as well of Shatterpoint and being able to, but hers isn't nearly to the same level. If I recall correctly, but it's it's something that helps basically break down and destroy armor. It's a hell of a technique. But that was Mace Windu's. That's where it got started. That was his. It's kind of like how I think battle meditation got partly introduced through Bastila.
Yeah. So, to your point though, Shatterpoint 10 out of 10. But so it's just interesting that she makes all these comments. But it's like if you knew anything about canon and even dare I say expanded universe and read these books, and you would know that Mace Windu was not basic, and there's a myriad of evidence that would support the contrary. So, but it's just so funny. It's like, okay, we gotta you got a guy, one of the youngest Jedis that has ever been on the Jedi Council, served on the Jedi Council for 20 plus years, second in command to Yoda, had his own. I mean, I want to your point. I won't say his own force ability, but like it was pretty exclusive. Like nobody else really had.
Yeah,
that.
Well, like I said, certainly to the level he was able to use it.
And he had his own purple lightsaber. So like, what do you?
Yeah, he was he was the first with the purple lightsaber. The first,
what do you want to do
because it was supposed to just be the blue lightsabers until they had to change it for Return of the Jedi since they were filming on out in the desert. So Luke got a green lightsaber, which I think is fantastic. I prefer that. And it's always just been green, blue, red. And Sam Jackson, he wanted a purple lightsaber to stick out. That's a little egotistical bit on his side, but I mean at the same time, it's being smart. And he made a request, and George Lucas said, "Yeah, sure." And we got the introduction of the purple lightsaber.
Take everything out of it. Take the 20 years on the council, being second to Yoda. If you just want to make an argument based off being basic in itself, he had a purple lightsaber. Nobody else did. So he's not basic.
At the time,
He's
yeah.
shy
Now
spirit,
everyone has a fucking purple lightsaber.
Well, it's the High Republic, of course, but where do you think she got that idea from?
Right,
Basic Mace Windu, right? You could have pink lights. I think I've seen a pink lightsaber. Maybe not pink. Maybe not.
No,
exactly,
I'm sure there is in Star Wars: The Old Republic. You could basically have a purple lightsaber or a pink lightsaber color. Yeah. It's like, God dang it, guys.
Yeah. So, anyways, find that.
She also tries to kind of qualify. Hang on, she even tries to justify herself a little bit.
Hey, I love Lando, you guys. I wrote a book.
She wrote a book. So wrote a book.
What book?
I don't know which book. I don't know, but she wrote a book. So don't get too salty about her, belittling Lando Calrissian.
But yeah, so like I think it's just really nice to be able to include.
All right, yeah, that's all the only points that I was really wanting to touch on with that little.
Yeah, please don't play anymore because I'm about to get off myself.
Oh, the fun doesn't stop there, my friend.
So these people, like this shyster, is she being prepped to say this, or does she honestly believe? Is she drinking the Kool-Aid, or does she believe what she's the utter ridiculousness that she's speaking?
There would have been a time where I'm like, okay, they're probably just paid off and they're getting their cue cards. But no, I fully say they full well believe this shit. They've all gone through the schools and stuff, and they've got the indoctrination. They're full well in it. Like, yeah, I'm 100% behind this, legit.
That's a pretty bold claim to sit there and say Lando was just trying to get in Leia's pants.
Yeah, no, it is.
You are the.
It makes you wonder, like, so did you actually watch the original trilogy, or are you just kind of talking shit? Or you just see some clips on Reddit or something, or some idiots on Reddit talking about him in such a way.
I don't even think they have, because if you haven't seen the original trilogies and you're making these claims, then you're making claims based off something you haven't seen, and you can square at that kind of by at least imploring them to do the research, watch the movies before they talk out their errors,
their hindquarters,
right. But if you have seen the original trilogies and you're making these outlandish claims, now you're just an idiot,
right?
There's no other way to cut. Well, yeah, you're insensitive, J-Head, man. No, I'm not. I'm speaking the truth. If you've seen the original trilogies and you make claims like this, you are an idiot, plain and simple. You should go dig a hole and bury yourself in it, like Obi-Wan did to his lightsaber. Oh, spoiler alert! Sorry, not sorry.
Oh God.
So I just wonder, like, why? What is going on in your head and these claims that you make? Like, if you're getting paid, at least you're getting a paycheck, right? But if you're making these claims because you honestly believe it, then I'm literally concerned for you. and you should not be speaking.
Just what everyone's up against, right? It's what they're trying to just talk to everyone else about, and just go, look at how crazy these fucking people are. This is how crazy they are. How are you not seeing this yet?
You could even twist that into, you could even stereotype that comment she made about Lando to Leia. We won't go there, but like,
that she was just only trying to get into Han's pants.
Well, one of the things you could twist. I mean, now, so stupid. Like, you are a public figure. I don't know how, but you're a public figure making these outlandish claims, and you're the head of.
Exactly, by making these outlandish claims, because this is exactly what they want to push.
It's almost like high school. I don't even know how to. There's not even an analogy I can come up with. It's like, we're going to make these comments because we really believe them, but we're also going to make these comments because, like, we know it's going to trigger. I hate that word trigger. Like, just say offend. Stupid. Because it's going to
piss them off.
yeah, it's gonna just piss them off. Like, I just thank you so much for playing that clip. She's stupid.
Oh, I agree.
Why is she stupid, J-Hitman? She's just stupid because she's making outlandish claims. One, she said all white people are racist. That's racist in itself, idiot. And two, Lando was not trying to get in her pants. You do not besmirch Lando's name like that.
Nah, he's just being suave and cool, baby. Colt 45.
Rico Suave, man. Everybody wanted to be like Lando. I wanted to be like Lando growing up, man. I wanted to wear a cape to school. I wanted to wear a yellow cape.
Yeah. He was the second person to have a cape and rock it well.
Right.
First Vader and then Lando. Come on.
I couldn't have a mustache in school because I went to a Catholic school, right? But later in life, when I was able to start growing one, you best believe I rocked the
Lando
Jeremy mustache, but I tried more like a Ron Jeremy mustache, but it was still, I tried. Kids show, sorry, not Ron Jeremy. Like a Ron Burgundy, maybe we'll go that route. Not everyone be like Lando, man.
He was the king of cool.
I'm telling you, man, Billy D. Williams. He's the only one.
Well, it's just the funny thing about all this, right? And this is at least the one. It's kind of like one of those small little things that does make people kind of go, "Oh, wait, these people are kind of retarded, aren't they?"
Yeah, he's the only guy that survived. He's the only guy that escaped the Sarlacc pit. Well, he's the only guy that the Sarlacc pit
He did. I mean, he that thing couldn't pull him down worth a damn. He could pull down Boba Fett's slave one. But man, he couldn't pull Lando into that damn pit to save its life.
It was fire spray gunship, is what he referenced it as.
Mr. Insect here again. Let's see. They don't like representation that isn't theirs, even though all of their characters can't be broken in similar fashion. I mean, come on. New black human Sith lady is overly angry and aggressive. Yikes. Yeah, I mean it's what we've already talked about. They like breaking down legacy characters.
That's all it is.
Everything that was created, anything that was created by George Lucas, it's all got to be broken down, destroyed, ruined, turned Lando Pando. I mean, come on, they've already done their he wanted to hump his robot, for God's sakes.
That's all. I mean, that's all it is. Let's take a break for a minute, and I just want to just ask this: is there any way that you and I could be wrong
about
just what we've talked about, right? Is there any way? I don't think so.
I mean, there could be the possibility that we'd be wrong, but then it would just be met with me by skepticism, and that the only reason that they'd say anything different is just because the changing of tides of maybe like the culture and stuff like that. But otherwise, no, I don't think we're wrong.
I sit here and like I said, I try to, as I give my opinion, and as we like dissect this stuff and we talk about it, like I always try to think like from the other person's point of view, like how, like why do they think the way that they think? And I have yet to this day I've been unable to figure out how they possibly think the way that they think,
right?
And how they come up with the stuff that they come up with.
This is probably to my disadvantage or whatever, but like I've told plenty of people this. It's like, I'm honest to the point of stupidity. Like what you hear from me is my thoughts, my opinions, and stuff like that. I can be blunt. And I won't always sugarcoat some things. What you're gonna get is what you're gonna get. And
you've never been blunt with me. What are you talking about?
Well, we're usually on the same page and we understand each other.
No.
But I do like to make. I know I can be sarcastic and stuff like that. I'll rib. But no, I mean, what I'm saying is that I'm honest and at least I think of myself as being such, and I expect it from other people, or at least would hope to expect it from them, that they would be honest with me in return, because it's just the the old thing of, treat people as you yourself would want to be treated. I wouldn't want to be lied to. I'd want people to be open and honest with me about certain shit, or in general. So then when they come at me with the way they're talking about, with all of this that we've gone over, they're calling all of us racist and misogynistic, yada yada yada, all this crap. Then okay, then I'll just take you at that face value. That's what you think of us, and that's where it's going to be.
Right.
100%.
I just wanted to ask that question because I honestly do try to.
No, I understand. It's just trying to kind of also play devil's advocate a little bit of going, okay, let's roll this back a little bit. Could there be a chance? Maybe. But like I said, I know myself, I just end up kind of meeting it with skepticism. Going, you're just kind of, things are, if there's a change in the wind, you're going to go with it.
Yeah.
It's just more dishonesty that I just have come to now default expect from them.
Yeah. So
shall we move on to something else now?
What do we?
Well,
we
got a very bland trailer. I think it was very kind of meh and just kind of very, again, we don't get a lot of Star Wars from Star Wars.
Is this a non-binary?
The skeleton crew? No. I'll get to that in a moment. But first, before we move on, Mr. Insect. Now you guys are 100% correct. Source my completely objective and correct opinion.
Scholar gentleman.
Absolutely. Let's check out this Andor.
Oh, don't do this.
Yeah, have you watched this?
No.
Let's do it.
Oh. I don't drink, but you're gonna push me to start drinking.
Neither do I, and there are days, right? They couldn't get a roadie in or something to be filling this. Man, those things were heavy.
I'm done.
I mean, this is Star Wars, right? I mean, other than some symbols that we're going to see, this is Star Wars, right? I mean, I could be mistaken here.
Did you pull up the right clip?
I think so. They're Adidas style hoodies. Now you see, this is where this is all coming in, right?
Please don't tell me. Yeah.
What she was talking about? They're reflecting the real world in fantasy, and this all just looks like a real world situation, right?
No. This is not the clip where they had AK-47s as guns, is it?
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Was it back here?
Ripping on. Literally.
It is.
Oh,
I thought they looked weird.
Yes. Who was it? Stig? Somebody had posted like.
I don't know.
I
didn't see this.
Yes, they basically. He's like they gave up and They gave
oh
up.
My God.
F it and resorted to giving them AK-47s, AK-47Us.
This is how bad they are at doing Star Wars.
Please screenshot this and post it.
Oh,
on
this
every
is
social media platform.
Bad. I mean, I know like Han's gun, his pistol is based off of
a Ruger. Is it a Ruger?
No, oh God,
Luger. It was a Luger, wasn't it?
No, it's not a Luger. It's oh God, I'm forgetting the dang name of it, but it's is based off of it. I mean, the part of the design is a real gun, but they did enough to it that it's like the broom handle or something like that. I know that's one of his names for the pistol, but no, it's just they did at least more than plenty to hide what kind of gun it was, basically, you know. But this is just flat out.
Okay. I'm gonna send this. I'm gonna put this in the private chat. Give me a second. It was Weaponized Nerd Rage had posted it. Give me a second.
I mean, that's pretty freaking blatant right there.
Dude, wait until you see this. I think this is
God.
gonna be the same. All right. Hopefully this is the same. Sorry, you get it.
I got it. Hang on. I'm going to it right now. Oh. Oh.
So bad.
Disney's really just gave the fuck up and said, give him some AK-47s. Yep. That's what they did.
Literally.
That's what they did.
And then you got this dude in the Russian hat in the background. Like Boris.
It's just kind of the kind of winter style cap.
That's a Russian hat, dude.
Whatever. But yeah.
I think I was almost gonna. I thought I was gonna post on this. I was like, the mass has more money than possibly the Vatican. Maybe not the Vatican. They have a lot of money.
Pretty close.
And then they resort to going to the local gun store. But this is so stupid. Like, oh God, I can't even. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm not watching any more trailer. I give up. I quit.
Let's at least get through this. Hang on.
I hate you.
Now, this is just I don't know who was asking for more of this character. I legit don't see
I
it.
don't
I
know
didn't get
if
it. I didn't like him in Rogue One. I didn't care. Well, it wasn't I didn't like him. I just didn't
like
have any. I just thought he was bland. I didn't think he really added anything. Other than they tried to make their own Kyle Katarn and epically failed. That's all I got out of him. Seriously, since when were the Imperial officers themselves also chonky boys? Dude, get on the treadmill.
I want to talk to Sheev and be like, dude, how has your hiring process been?
I swear this looks like Ellen DeGeneres.
I was just gonna say she quit her show so she could start filming Disney movies.
A young Mon Mothma. Oh, here's there was the.
This is Star Wars, right?
I guess. I mean, there's some clone trooper armor, but so this is apparently supposed to be really early.
That's how I look currently after watching this trailer.
Got wrecked, boy. Yep. Other than for more shit for us to rip into, I'm just kind of like, I don't recall anybody asking for more of this character. I didn't think they gave enough to make him sound interesting.
No, he was a terrible character. It was boring.
His droid was more entertaining than he was.
Yeah. The
Played by Alan
best part
Tudyk.
about that movie was the
Vader
minute
scene at the end.
30-second Yes, the minute 30-second Vader scene. And that's it. If you ask me, Jay Hitman, what do you remember about Rogue One? Vader.
You ask
slicing-
anybody. You ask anybody. That's the scene everybody remembers. It's Vader going sick house on a bunch of stupid rebels.
No, if you ask Disney fans, they remember the love scene between and Cassian and what's her name?
Oh, as they're getting nuked. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was good.
Yeah.
Because it meant, thank God, they won't be popping back up anytime soon. Oh wait, they had a prequel apparently planned.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was Andor. Get hyped, yo.
Get hyped for Andor, Acolyte, Skeleton Crew. What else are they doing? Ahsoka, Daviaso. This, like I said, man, I like this. In my mind, proves my point about them throwing crap on a wall to see what sticks. You are saturating the market with these shows, hoping one would stick.
Well, and it's funny too because they're kind of late with these plans. They were supposed to be doing this a long time ago, but because of the beer bug, they had to stop it and put things on the shelf for a while. Now we're finally getting them.
Right, but again, in my old age, my biases, if that's like there's so many more things you could have done, man.
Oh, I agree.
Many more shows that you could have done that would actually,
some actual interesting characters that you could have brought in, adapted.
Maybe do I don't even want them to touch Kyle Katarn. I don't even want them to touch.
I don't want them touching any character anymore. Just, you know what? Just make your stupid garbage tier replacements and just keep going with that. I don't want you going near any of my favorite characters. Stop. Don't do it.
I did think of you last night as I was wrapping up Jedi Academy. The part where like you can choose whether or not the light side or the dark side with Jaden or not Jaden, Ross.
Oh,
Ross.
Killing Rosh or not? Yeah.
Oh, dude, I killed him so fast. I killed him so fast.
I get that. At the same time, I just don't feel like he's a worthy enough kill to send you over to the dark side. So I've just most of the time I'm just like, no, I'm not. It's not worth me killing him. So I'll just usually just keep him alive, just because it's like,
Well,
like I said, it's not worth it. He's not worth going to the dark side over.
Listen,
I want something real good.
I always choose the dark side, but I was going through the game, and then I got to the point where you fight Kyle, and
see, that's the other part. I'm like, I can't fight Kyle.
See, that I was like, oh man, Fracture would be really torn right now, but I was like, do it, and then I killed him.
Wow.
I didn't kill him, but
wow, no, I know you don't.
Yeah. So I think tonight, after the show, then I'll play the light side and see how that. But I know it's like we're talking. It's like, oh, squirrel, but that art for when the Jedi Academy came out, like the Sith Temple is a beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Even the game in itself, for as early as it was, like it was was it 90? When did it come out? 90?
No, it was like 2000 something. Yeah.
Was it 2000? Beautiful art, man. Beautiful
absolutely.
art. That's the temple. I was listening to Imperial March as I was playing the game. Like, and
well, I mean, that's what I was saying during when I was first streaming Jedi Outcast is, the great part about all these old games, especially, you had some of the games that would sometimes create their own score for the game, but a lot of the times they use sound bites and clips and stuff like that from the original trilogy at the time, and then once the prequel trilogy started coming along, they just started using the sound clips from the sound effects or music from those movies, put them into the games, and it worked perfectly. And you didn't need to make a new soundtrack half the time. You just had that to work off of, and it was, that's what maintained also that consistent feel for the Star Wars universe itself too. Was you had not only you had the movie scores, and then the game scores were sounding practically the same.
Well, I think
it was brilliant.
Yeah, I think what made this game so much more enjoyable, I think obviously, like, if I had played it before we had done the show, I would have enjoyed it, but playing it, watching the
Now?
re-edited now playing it now and
Oh,
watching the re-edited,
after.
it was just so much more enjoyable. So,
I'm glad I could help add that extra level of
I
enjoyment.
I recommend anybody who's listening, if you've not played Jedi Academy yet, go back and watch this episode 1 through. How long did we do it for? Like, was it like 9 videos that we did? 10
Something like
videos?
that, yeah.
Watch the first 10. It's amazing. You will play the game and you will thoroughly laugh. If you don't laugh, you need to leave the country. I don't know what's wrong with you.
And speaking on video games, let's we can stick with that
Oh,
for a
yes.
quick moment.
Is this the
so this is about the Jedi, the new sequel, Star Wars Jedi Survivor announced. Brandon Orselli writes this article on Niche Gamer. Star Wars the Jedi Fallen Order game, I had no big problems with that. Well, no, there was actually, never mind, I take that back. There was one big problem that I found was, only 5 years after Revenge of the Sith, and you're already, sprouting up rebellion, when I would have thought it would have taken much longer, especially with how conniving Sheev was. I know he was now in power, but he had to know how to control the systems. So that was definitely one of my big gripes right there. And it was also one of the things was what kind of teed me off really quick was, him in the beginning of the game, Cal Kestis was, had basically like a real pair of headphones on, when before you never saw that. Usually they had like a hollow entertainer or something like that, or a music band playing basically right there. They didn't really have the headphones thing other than maybe in the cockpit of a ship when they were firing to keep communications between the gunner and the cockpit, that sort of thing.
Right.
So that was a little detail that cheesed me. Otherwise, the storyline for the original game, it was just It was like Mandalorian. It was mediocre. It was kind of more on the bland side. Also, I'm not always the most observant person, and a lot of times I will just kind of get sucked into a game, and I don't always greatly pay attention to some of what's going on. But this particular game, I was already calling who was the one, whatever numbered sister she was that was chasing
9, 10, whatever.
I already had an idea who she was, and what relation it was to who was training, who was kind of not really training you, but kind of guiding you along through the game. But that and like it was, the whole story wasn't really offensive or anything like that. It didn't have the stupid bullshit that what we're seeing from the current shows and everything. It was okay. It was fine. It did a fine job. The main thing that shined to me with the game was the gameplay. The gameplay I thought was actually pretty fun. I like the whole kind of Metroidvania style setup where, you progress through the game, you got new powers. Then they also kind of gave you a reason to go back to previous planets, re-explore, and find the stuff that you couldn't initially because you didn't have the right force power and stuff like that. I thought that was good. They did a good job on that. I would give them some definite kudos. Good on you. And then the one thing that I also did really like was the fact that you got to customize your lightsaber. So you, especially as you were collecting more and more things, you got to put the pieces that you found together, got the look that you wanted. So I could have a kind of either Kenobi episode 3 or Luke Skywalker episode 6 looking lightsaber hilt. I don't think I could quite get Katarn's, but dancing between those styles, I was pretty happy. And they had some neat little customizations for each thing. So, that I at least thought was really good. But one big downside of the gameplay, I would say... No, not ponchos. I would say is the whole fact that your lightsaber is basically a wiffle bat, a Nerf bat, whatever you want to call it, where basically you have to whack the ever-loving piss out of your enemies to get them down, instead of unlike in Jedi Academy, Jedi Outcast, where your lightsaber acts like a freaking lightsaber. It cuts, it chops, it cuts, and it kills in one hit. Basically,
well, that's probably my favorite. To your point, that's one of my favorite things about, because I didn't play Dark Forces. Is it Dark Force?
Dark Force Jedi Knight or Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight?
Yeah, I haven't played those yet, but I remember, and this is nostalgia, but I remember playing Jedi Outcast years ago on the Xbox, playing call guitar, and then getting the lightsaber, thinking, oh, this is the coolest thing ever, and then fighting. It was, I think, Nar Shaddaa was well, I think Nar Shaddaa may have been the first.
Yeah, that was the first planet that you after the lightsaber. Yes.
Yeah, and fighting some of the the cartel or whatever. Not cartel, but anyways, basically to wallop the hand, the arm. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then
absolutely,
Jedi Academy, it even goes further. Like you could do the whole freaking arm, right?
Right.
And so. Yeah, you don't get that. Yeah, to your point, it's like, it's almost like hitting somebody with a baseball bat and then like it reverberating and you falling back. Right?
Yeah, so people have basically called like the Fallen Order game a kind of Dark Souls like sort of game because of how some of the combat mechanics work. But I mean, it's been this style for a while. So, but. Yeah, that was definitely one thing that annoyed me in the game. And even when I played again a little while ago, I had turned on or I'd gotten a mod that turns your lightsaber into a one-hit kill thing. But it just didn't have the same effect as like Jedi Out, because you want to have those stances, you want to have that ability to.
I want to hear somebody cry when I cut you in half.
Exactly. So you want those extra little touches, but otherwise, like I said, the game was just okay for new, for an EA, whoever, I forget who the developers were, but they did an okay game. They were published by EA but developed by Respawn Entertainment. So there you go. But
here's the question I want to pose to you though, real quick: is don't you think this game should have been if Outcast had been the companies that did Outcast, the companies that did Jedi Academy, which was it EA? No, it was Lucasfilm, right? LucasArts,
and it was Raven Software that did the game.
Let me ask you this: so those games being produced when they were produced back all those years ago, and then this game in this day and age, don't you think that this, basically my question is, don't you think this game should have been better than it was though? Because I agree with you, like I enjoyed the game, but I think it's more enjoyable for me to play Jedi Outcast and Academy than it is playing this one.
Well, and that's part of it, right? Yeah, that's why I point out the gameplay mechanics, that some of it aren't bad, but it doesn't have that same replayability. Yeah. Even though they, like I said, they did that whole thing of backtracking decently well, but the lightsaber combat itself just lent nothing to the game that really made it feel like you were a Jedi. You just were just kind of a goof with you might as well have just used like a vibro sword or something like that.
I mean,
instead of a lightsaber, just because it wasn't cutting like a lightsaber. It wasn't doing the damage like a lightsaber should have. So anyways, a little bit onto this. So Jedi Survivor is going to be launching sometime in 2023 for Windows PC, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5. Here's the new trailer. I actually have not watched this trailer yet, so this will be my first time kind of checking this out. I purposely held off from watching it. But here's some of the details. So even before completing Jedi Fallen Order, our team had a vision of how to carry the adventure for Cal, BD, and the crew into the sequel, said Stig Asmussen, game director for Respawn. For Jedi Survivor, we are working in lockstep with... Oh, boy. Might be where you get into some trouble, guys. Lockstep with Lucasfilm Games to build on the legacy of Jedi Fallen Order. We're leveraging advanced technology to create more dynamic Jedi combat and cinematic storytelling. I hate that freaking term. I really do.
Which one?
Cinematic storytelling. It's one of those little
It's almost as
kind of
bad as
cliched
character-driven stories.
It's on the same thing of the whole cliched kind of like, buzzwords that they like to throw in with this stuff. Cinematic storytelling to expand on Cal's story as he matures and survives during the dark times. We can't wait to share more about the game with the world later this year. Lucasfilm's game vice president Douglas Riley added, millions of Star Wars fans have been captivated by the story of Cal Kestis, and we're thrilled to be working with the world-class developers at Respawn to continue this epic tale. We could not be more excited to reveal Star Wars Jedi Survivor and this next chapter in Cal Kestis' journey with players around the world. Apparently, so here's the rundown of the game. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, next chapter in the beloved Star Wars action adventure series chronicling the journey of Cal Kestis, developed by a veteran team at Respawn under the leadership of game director Stig Asmussen. Jedi Survivor will expand upon the iconic Star Wars stories, worlds, characters, and thrilling combat first experience in the series' debut title, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Survivor is built for the current generation of gaming hardware to create a deeper and more expansive Star Wars experience for players around the world when the game launches in 2023. Survivor picks up 5 years after. So we're in the same timeline as Kenobi now.
Yeah.
Because now it's a full 10 years after the events of Revenge of the Sith. Jedi Fallen Order. Cal must stay one step ahead of the Empire's constant pursuit as he begins to fuel the weight of being one of the last remaining Jedi in the galaxy. Accompanied by his trusty companion BD-1, Cal will meet and ally himself with an array of unique unique and interesting characters on his journey. Jedi Survivor will expand on the series dynamic combat in new and innovative ways. In order to survive, Cal must learn new skills and grow his connection with the Force. If the combat turns more Jedi Outcast Academy, you might have me a little bit there.
Right.
Otherwise, I kind of like, all right. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see, but the hype isn't exactly there. But let's now check out this trailer. God, I think there was something else I wanted to mention about this game, and then I had a brain fart myself, and I just kind of forgot what it was. Crap. Anyway, this is.
Tell me, Cal Kestis, why lead when they won't follow? Why fight when you can't win? What is your next?
So, see, this is how you can do an Utapauan, being all dark side and evil.
Right.
There's more detail on his face here.
Was this the one you were referencing?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier.
I wonder if
Jedi.
Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, so that was that.
I wonder.
Huh?
Clearly, whoever was on set of Kenobi did not watch this trailer because I could. Now that's an Utapaulian. That when I think of it, that's what I think of. That's what I
Right.
see.
Yeah.
Not this.
Absolutely. And I don't think that's the Grand Inquisitor either. I think that might be somebody else. So we got some other player. We got some other player in the game coming at you. I remembered what it was I wanted to say. So another thing that was basically kind of the big standout for Fallen Order was at the end of the game when you had Vader basically playing slasher villain chasing after you. And that was like a big highlight because it was making Vader a very imposing, very threatening villain. And just, that one road bump that you were not going to get over. And it was just called, you mess with him, you're dead. You're a Swiss cheese, boy. So it's again kind of like Rogue One, where it's like, oh, the big standout is Vader at the end, and that's what Fallen Order had too. Was that? So for this game, I mean, I don't know. That it's just a cinematic trailer. It's not giving you gameplay. It's just kind of showing off what their engine is capable of rendering, which is all well and good. At least that's a little more honest than putting together some fake gameplay trailers. That pisses me off to no end when there's gameplay. Their quote unquote gameplay trailer is nothing but some hardcore scripted events that's set up just to show off the game in an unrealistic way. So
I'm curious why they didn't go with like Unreal Engine 5, because I know we talk about Star Wars, but did you like Halo? Did you ever play Halo?
I've played, and I played Halo Infinite.
Okay, so so apparently it was I don't know if they're rebooting the game per se, but they used Unreal Engine 5, the new Unreal Engine 5, and like
for the Master Chief Collection.
Did you see this at all? This clip?
No.
I'll drop in the private chat. But yeah, let me find. I gotta find it. But basically, the graphics are just it's insane. So it's like, why not use some, like, I don't know, like these aren't bad graphics by any means, but it's like, when we were talking about Eclipse, right? Like it was going to be released by the end of the decade because they couldn't find, they were having trouble.
Oh, that's right.
Finding a platform to whatever. What was they were having like platform problems or something, or
they were having staffing problems, and there might have been some game engine problems they were having too, which was just hilarious considering they put out their cinematic trailer, but they had nothing.
Right.
They weren't even in they weren't even in alpha stages of game development. It sounded like they were still pre-alpha, which is still the planning stage, but they had nothing else to go off of, which was hilarious. It's like, how do you guys announce a game when you're still in the planning stages? Should you at least have some meat on the bone to also kind of then start showing off little by little to get people interested, other than a cinematic trailer that was very slick, but you had nothing else.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this in the private chat here because I saw this and I was like, oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Let me all right, sending it now.
All right, okay. See what modern. Let me pull it up here. So see what a modern version of Halo Combat Evolved could look like in, quote, Halo Experience, a Halo location recreated in Unreal Engine 5, developer Infinite Forges.
With Unreal Engine 5 finally going into full release, developers are already recreating their favorite games in Epic's new toolset. A developer by the name Infinite Forges has created an undisclosed location on Zeta Halo, and has released the level for a free download on itch.io.
Oh,
We did a quick playthrough of this.
They're finally hitting Crisis levels here. They almost got CryEngine level graphics going. All right, good for you guys.
And made content in 1080p on an RTX 2080 Ti on the Ultra preset. So keep watching here or follow the link in the
I have that
description
card.
below to download and try it yourself. And for everything else gaming, keep it right here on IGN.
I mean, I won't lie. I mean, it does look good.
All right. I know all about two things that guy just said. As far as I'm assuming he's talking about graphic. I don't know if he's talking about graphics cards or whatnot. But
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
The 2080 Ti.
Yeah. I remember when you couldn't find a 2080, and then if you did on Amazon, they were like 3 times.
Oh yeah, that was like one of a lot of the Bitcoin miners and shit were grabbing GPUs like nuts, and nobody could really afford them.
But
no, this is always the cool thing when these new game engine drops. People will snatch it up and start seeing what they can start creating with it.
Right.
So it's cool to see for sure.
No,
although at the same time, it's always like, okay, you're doing this, yes, but you're just doing it to also kind of put your resume out there.
For sure.
So it almost gets some people's hopes up a little too much. Like, oh God, this would be so great for a fan, like a fan mod or a fan pack or whatever fan game to create. But then you get nothing because then either they get hit by the companies themselves for oh God, NDA. No, I don't think it's not NDAs.
Not NDA.
I know Nintendo loves hitting people with I forget what it's called exactly, but it's basically for copyright stuff, anytime, and it's always been such a negative side to them because it's like, and Square Enix has done this for people making fan mods and stuff, because there's been some really cool ones that I would have loved. But no, it's cool for sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if it ever will be a thing, but I just saw it and I was like, man, that's really cool.
Oh yeah, totally. And it'll be curious to see what they're using for this new Jedi game. I don't know if it's Unreal, but
I think Unreal's become like really, really, I don't know.
It's kind of become the gold standard for a lot of companies. Because it's a lot of time, resources, and stuff like that to try and develop these. I don't think the CryEngine is much of a thing anymore. I don't know. Don't hold me to that
because
I haven't looked deeply into it, but I remember once upon a time they were developing it for mass use. The Unity engine's still out there, but again, not to the same level as Unreal. The Unreal Engine just has the cornerstone because they've been developing it for so long, and they even took it open source for people to help with it. Not Unreal 5, but maybe 4, I think it was, where they had it open source, and it might still be the same thing, but no, they have it all intertwined with their Epic launcher, so it kind of has everything so located there. Epic's had their been on some people's shit list for a lot of different reasons, practically being levels of Chinese spyware through their Epic launcher because of I think they're like they have funding from the Chinese company Tencent, so they haven't exactly endeared themselves to a lot of the gaming community. But I'll give it to them for that, for the Unreal Engine. It's a beaut.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So yeah, no, anyway. Should we? Let's see.
We're at almost 6 o'clock, so
almost. We could probably touch on one more thing before Daviaso gets in here. Let's see. You were was it? I saw you mentioned this. Was it the Skeleton Crew?
Yeah. It's I saw it and I didn't dive too deep into it, but
oh, what the? Why isn't it? That's weird. I was trying to share the screen.
I'm not sharing.
No, I am. It's just don't worry, Davia. We're not talking about it yet. We're waiting for you. Oh God, I was just trying to share the screen for this Bounding into Comics article that you posted, and it's for some reason not showing up in the. There we go. So yeah, new series Star Wars Skeleton Crew starring Jude Law announced. Previous rumor indicate. Okay, so this is a rumor. Indicated Lucasfilm was looking for non-binary child for the show.
Yeah, that's
Lucasfilm Star Wars Now, in a press release recapping the first day from Star Wars Celebration, Walt Disney Studios revealed creators John Watts and Christopher Ford are teaming up with Favreau and Filoni to create Star Wars Skeleton Crew starring Jude Law. Series takes place in the New Republic and follows a group of kids lost in their Star Wars galaxy trying to find their home. Official Star Wars Twitter account announced Skeleton Crew, an original series starring Jude Law, from executive producers John Watts. Basic recap of what we already went through. Ford and Watts discussed the show after they were brought on stage by Favreau and Filoni. Watts said, "We really like the opportunity of using kids to give you a slightly different perspective on the Star Wars universe, to see the galaxy through a different pair of eyes." The series was previously detailed in a lengthy piece by Vanity Fair, where it was referred to by its code name, Grammar Rodeo. Okay. Vanity Fair explained the code name was in reference to an episode of The Simpsons in which Bart and his schoolmates steal a car and run away for a week, using a phony educational event as an alibi. The outlet also revealed the show would take place after Return of the Jedi, and that Lucasfilm was looking to cast 4 children in the series between the ages of 11 to 12. They also described it as a galactic version of classic Amblin coming-of-age adventures films from the 80s. Oh, why is it jumping around on me? What are you doing? Okay, here we go. While Vanity Fair confirmed the existence of the series, rumors had circulated about its existence for quite a bit. The Illuminati detailed casting calls for 4 children codenamed Wyatt, Ned, Faye, and Kylie back in February. Wyatt is described as a character who yearns for great adventures but finds his attention easily diverted. He wishes to be the hero in any situation he finds himself in. Casting call is looking for a boy of any ethnicity to play him. Ned is described as Wyatt's bashful best friend. He's also kind with a massive heart, but also tends to be a rules follower. Lucasfilm is looking for a boy of any ethnicity to play him. As for Faye, Illuminati details she's rebellious and extroverted, but at 12 years old, they already have a chip on their shoulder. Oh, so she can be about as insufferable as Leia?
Yeah.
The outlet also claimed Lucasfilm was looking to cast a young actress or non-binary actor of any ethnicity to play the character. Finally, Illuminati detailed Kylie, who is described as serious, intelligent, and keeps her emotions guarded behind a wall. They are looking for 12-year-old girl of any ethnicity to play her. So I'm guessing though, with everything recently, with with what fire Disney has gotten themselves under, they might be avoiding some of that. Might. No, they'll probably go full bore, but they might try to avoid it. Sorry. Excuse me. Had a bit of a tickle. Yeah. So yeah, that was that. That wasn't a whole lot to go. I mean, like I said, a bunch of. I mean, it's
just rumors at this point in time.
Like they said in the beginning, it's rumored to be. It's it's not necessarily gonna be fact, but it's just basically all we can do is just kind of wait for confirmation on what's gonna happen. So, remember that, yeah. And then there has been news now dropping on the whole Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah. Which I guess is going to be doing some. Here, let me copy link. Throw it in here. Here's the first look at Star Wars Tales of the Jedi, an animated anthology short series highlighting the Jedi journeys of Ahsoka Tano, Qui-Gon Jinn, and more. Looks like we got Mace Windu in this shot here.
Oh dear.
Yay, more Ahsoka.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I did have some of the shots of here we go. Let me get this pulled up. Here we got Dooku and Qui-Gon, which is still kind of tough to see, but they've been surfacing. And I guess they're gonna have. I was reading too somewhere that was like, they're gonna be having Liam Neeson still play Qui-Gon.
Are they?
Apparently, according to this link here, pull that up. Yeah, a young Qui-Gon Jinn will be voiced by both Liam Neeson and Liam Neeson's son, Michael, in Tales of the Jedi. So I missed that last part. That was going to be him and his son voicing the character. And these all come from the Star Wars Holocron Twitter page. I don't know. I mean, animated can be a good way to go for a lot of shows, and they seem to do more with the animated stuff than they do with the live action. Could be good. I don't know.
You think?
Probably not. But that's just me being negative, of course.
Cynical.
Yeah, that too. The cynical asshole. And yeah, and then they've also been announcing some details of Ahsoka for that show. They've casted Sabine Wren, which I'm just kind of like, why don't you just cast the voice actress? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But whatever, they're gonna do what they want to do with that one. I just don't get it. If the people are capable, why not? And then at least you still have that connection of the same voice and all that.
Kind of goes back to what you're saying about picking the appropriate,
yeah, the appropriate person to be casted in the role.
Right.
Yeah, and then because here was a little clip. I know her. I don't know what we'd care more about, Ahsoka or Mandalorian.
What?
Oh, I got yeeted. People had posted some leaked trailer of Mandalorian season 3.
Oh, at the celebration?
Yeah.
They get in trouble for it?
At least the Twitter one got taken down.
Good.
But
I watched it last night before it got taken down, and it was just awful.
I just couldn't help but kind of laugh because you hear
Well,
it.
I think
and
did you tag me in a tweet about like how we had talked about well, you had called it. We were talking.
Oh yeah, about him. Yeah, because it shows him that he's going back to Mandalore, so he can become a Mandalorian again. Yeah, it was, and I mean, it probably wasn't tough to call considering that's what they were building up in those 2 to 3 episodes he was in Book of Boba Fett. But it's still fun. It's still nice to get confirmation that I was right.
Right.
So, yeah, it's basically kind of going. It's showing off that we're going to be getting more. Bo-Katan makes an appearance in it, along with I think Ahsoka does too. But yeah, they're just basically gearing up for season 3, and I don't know why it's not released
yet.
Yeah, but then I also just kind of laughed because it's like I hear the audience and they're just seal clapping. They're just eating this shit right up.
Yeah. There was a video. I don't know if it was the trailer, but I watched the video. I don't know. I don't think we played on the show, but Favreau had pulled the animatronic out from under the desk and put it on the table, and he's all like waving at the crowd and everything.
Of what, Grogu?
Yeah, Grogu. He pulled Grogu up animatronic and set it on the table, the table that he was sitting at. It may have been a celebration. It may have been a celebration video, but I was like, of course you would do that.
No, I didn't play anything like that. At least I can't say that I have. So I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think it was a tweet video I was watching before the show. I thought there's another one I want to go over. Is Daviasu?
Yeah, he's gonna be on his way. He's.
No, I think there was another. I'm really just stalling because this is just it's just bad. It was so hard to get through. Like, I'm not lying. And I didn't even watch it on my way home from work. Like, I popped on, and did they release it early? Were they supposed to release it like at midnight, and then they decided to like release it at 9 or something like that? They released it early.
What, for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show?
Yeah.
I mean, it's when I quickly checked out what little of Star Wars Theories watch party, it sounded like he said he got it early. He got like a special code, like he got special in to watch it early or something. So
yeah,
I think maybe some people did, but last I knew it was supposed to like drop at like midnight. So I was like, all right, fine. I watched it Friday, and I was watching Friday Night Tights, and they were just about to get into it, and they were slowly kind of talking about it. And I'm like, because I was putting it off. I was like,
yeah.
I was trying to avoid talk, but I still couldn't help myself. I saw some people talking about the show on the twats, and I was just like, oh god, this is not going to be good. And I was holding it off, but I wanted to, wait to watch it, form my own opinion of it. So once they were starting to get into it, I was like, okay. I stopped watching that stream, and then I put it on the episodes. I was like, oh dear Lord, I see why I was putting it on. I almost
did you watch it Friday or Thursday? Did you watch it when it was as like early?
I watched it Friday. I watched it Friday night.
So
I watched it last night.
Yeah.
So when I was starting to comment in the Discord and stuff, that's when I was watching it.
Yeah, so I watched it Thursday when it released, like Friday morning, Thursday. Yeah, it was like, well, it was probably Thursday after work. Oh no, yeah, because I got off work and they had it was already available to watch, so I was watching it, and then Friday I tried to rewatch it again just to make sure all my ducks were in a row, just to be better prepared because it was just so hard to watch it Thursday night into Friday morning. But I tried to watch it. I couldn't. I couldn't. Like I'd rather jump off a building. Like it was so bad.
So here's OG Star Wars. They couldn't come up with their own title for Star Wars Tales of the Jedi, and then open airlock policy comes in. Not the same font, but obviously the same design scheme and derivative font. Fuck you, Disney Lucasfilm. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then he posted the comic cover of Star Wars Tales of the Jedi, which took place, like some of it did take place during the old Republic era of pre-Revenant stuff. They had some cool tales in that. So yeah, I remember when they first announced it and thinking that same thing. I'm like, here they go looting again.
Ugh.
Looting and pillaging from the old Star Wars.
I love OG Star Wars. She's so savage. She's just posted Disney Lucasfilm renamed the X-Wing novel series to Rogue Squadron. Now use title to original series, same look and style to for a new series. They can't even come up with their own series title. That's not honoring the original EU. But then I just saw what you just posted. Is this Tales of the Jedi supposed to be an animated series?
Yeah, that's what I was just showing with the Qui-Gon Jinn.
Well, yeah, I just didn't know if it was it.
Dooku, yeah, it's animated.
God, I can't.
Not a fan of them animated shows, are
you? No. If the space whales are in this, I'm done.
Space whales are coming for you. No, if they're gonna pop up, probably in anything, they'll pop up in Ahsoka.
How dare you?
What? It's true. That's where they're probably gonna. You're probably gonna have them.
I'm
Don't hate the player.
Doing it.
I'm just the messenger.
Hate the whales.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I will. I am curious. Did you ever read Tales of the Jedi comic?
I've read some of them, but it's been a long time since I last did.
I mean, it's Dark Horse.
Yeah.
Obviously, just obviously a fan of Dark Horse, so I just wonder how good they are.
Well, at least during that time, they were pretty good. So, since we're still waiting for Doug,
here's a good one. Yeah. Here's a question. So OG was like, when was Brotherhood of Darkness first mentioned?
I saw that.
Path of Destruction. What did you put?
I haven't voted yet because I don't know. Because I have a feeling it was.
I feel like when she does this, like they're not tricks, but it's like you got to know your stuff. Because what was the one that we were talking with the thought bomb? Did she post something about the thought bomb? The thought bomb was first introduced or something?
Yeah. Yep. And like the thought bomb in the Valley of the Jedi.
4 minutes left. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the thought bomb in the Valley of the Jedi or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Brotherhood of Darkness first mentioned. I don't know.
OG on this shit.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
I'm gonna wait for you to answer. Then I'll answer after you. Darkness shared, Bane of the Sith, Dark Force Rebel Agent. Is that what it is?
I feel like she's messing with us a little bit. There's a part of me that's like, you're just messing with, because I want to say the Brotherhood of Darkness was a creation for Path of Destruction.
Should I comment? Like, are you?
No.
I want to be like, are you trying to trick us?
Bane of the Sith. Because I'm also trying to think. When the comic, because the comic for it had a different title. Hang on. Let me.
The first time I had ever heard of it was Path of Destruction.
Right, from the books. So
I want to post. Are you trying to trick us? Question mark. Question mark. Question mark.
Trying to, because it was a different kind of comic series too. Hang on, I'm looking through all the different ones. I see the. Let's see.
God, I feel like she's messing. She's trying to trick.
I mean, you could comment whatever you want. I'm just
for
like,
sure.
But
I want you to comment first in case I get it wrong. I want to say Path of Destruction, but I feel like there's another answer that's better.
Or just the actual answer to it.
Yeah.
Dang it, I'm having a tough time trying to find the right comic. Because I want to say if it's going to appear anywhere, because the comic, if I remember right, came before they did the books. And I know that I saw some people that kind of...
Which was it? What was the comic? Was it Darkness Shared?
Welcome to the party, pal.
Daviaso,
how's it going, sir?
It's going great. It's going great.
Awesome.
I've seen Kenobi 4 times now.
You are a sad individual.
It's going great.
You know, more power to you, I guess. But you're wrong for liking the show so much.
I didn't like it the first time I watched it.
Oh. But rewatching it, you appreciated it a little bit more.
Yeah, I didn't like it as much, I should say, but now I really like it. Like, I know why I like it too.
Oh.
And I can defend, and I got defense for some characters.
Oh. Well, this will be fun then. So we're trying to find some answers on a question that we're getting a little stumped on. I don't think you'll quite know this because you aren't quite into the expanded universe lore like we are.
Yeah.
So on Twitter, OG Star Wars posted, when was the Brotherhood of Darkness first mentioned? So we got our options of Path of Destruction, Dark Force Rebel Agent. I think that's Dark Force's Rebel Agent.
I think it's
so that might be that one. I could be wrong. Bane of the Sith or Darkness Shared. And I'm trying to find the original Dark Horse comics when Darth Bane was introduced. Because I'd want to say that's where it would have first started.
Rebel Agent, you said, you think?
There's a part of me that says yes. Oh, goddamn Wikipedia. Oh, we lost Hitman apparently.
Oh,
where did he go? He was doing so no, because he's on his laptop.
Oh,
he must have gotten angry and kicked himself from the he got frustrated trying to look for the answers. Once he gets back, I'll share what my brother just shared with me on it. But it's just apparently what the Wikipedia gets introduced with for it. I'm still trying to find this darn thing.
Yeah, I would know the answer.
I knew it'd be kind of throwing a major curveball at you with this one. But I mean, start looking into this stuff, man. It's great. Now where the hell is Hitman? Because
did you see all the Rebel stuff I shared?
Yeah, we were kind of talking a little bit about it. Oh, welcome back, sir.
There he is.
I'm back.
Did you rage quit? Did you just like, no, I'm done?
I was trying to figure out the first appearance of this.
Yeah, so
did it disconnect you?
Yeah.
my brother sent me this, and this is from the Wikipedia. The Brotherhood of Darkness was first mentioned in Star Wars canon as the Sith Army in Star Wars Helmet Collection 28. The Brotherhood was mentioned in a data screen in Star Wars The Clone Wars episode. Oh boy, Cat and Mouse. Though Lucasfilm Story Group member Matt Martin has stated he would consider it more of an Easter egg for that Clone Wars thing. But I don't think it's what.
Well, did you come up with an answer then? Do you think it's Dark Force? Dark Forces?
That's what my brother was just saying to me, was Dark Forces. In Star Wars Legends, the Brotherhood of Darkness first appeared in Dark Forces Jedi Knight comic book that was based off the video game organized of Sith, created by Skier Khan. I didn't know that was his first name.
This says Dark Force Rebel Agent though, so this could be
right. And Rebel Agent was the first book.
So loud.
So it sounds like it didn't appear in the first book.
I don't know. I'm at a loss myself. So
I think this is where it gets tricky. So it was definitely Path of Destruction. It was first introduced in Dark Forces, but not this specific book. Am I correct?
I don't, dude.
So therefore, it would default.
I'm feeling stumped right now. So I can't.
But I feel like it would default to Path of Destruction, since the Dark Forces this Revelation isn't the exact book that it was mentioned in. Trickery. It's trickery. I'm gonna get OG on the show right now. Reach out to her. Send her a message. Jump on. I think it's Path of Destruction.
We got other fish to fry. We got other fish to fry here.
This is a big fish, though. Like, I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep tonight unless I know what the answer is. I'm
good.
Bastard. Path of Destruction. Simply because the choice that she gave isn't the exact one that it was mentioned in.
I'm going with Dark Forces Rebel Agent.
Comment, you're wrong by all of them. Just say they're all wrong. And then they're definitely come at you with something.
You can't go with Rebel Agent, though, because it's not the exact comic book that it was mentioned in, wasn't it? No, was it not?
I'm just going with it, man.
I don't understand you. All right, well, you hit it first, and then I'll answer after.
I already did. So here's a little, before we get going, a little comic interlude.
What's this?
Can you hear it?
Yickety yak.
Yeah. See, I don't even mind this either, you know? Star Wars always had this kind of like stuff in it. So, I mean, like. See, it's
and then
not, I don't think it's bad.
I had posted mine. There's nothing better than having Boba Fett run around a kitchen like a big goof. Really bringing some seriousness to your character. I understand having some light humor and stuff like that, but when you're trying to have some villains do a job, but you make them come out to be a bunch of goofs, it doesn't do well for the threat of that situation. And the fact that it took him that long to catch a 10-year-old with short legs. Come on. I know there's suspension of disbelief, but that just kind of takes you out of it. Just a little bit.
Nah. Not even my first time around it did. What took me out of it was in the second episode.
Oh, and we'll be getting to that. All right. Yeah. So
it was what ruined the whole experience the first time around. But then like after watching it 3 more times, I was like, okay.
You went through you went through the stages of grief and then just came to acceptance and like, okay, this is what I just have to accept as being the
No, I like
thing.
what they did. Yeah. Like there's no grief. No.
I didn't say you were at grief. I just said you were at acceptance.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just pulling this up right now. Although for anybody else, they're gonna be really puzzled as to what's going on.
How does this work? Yeah, how's this gonna work for us exactly?
So, I'm pulling it up. I'm going into our Discord. I'm going to be screen sharing it. Hopefully this will work out just fine.
Oh, that means I'll have to exit this. I don't have Discord as my
you can just minimize StreamYard and then you'll be able to or just minimize the window and then you should be working fine. Because I tested it out earlier.
Okay, cool.
We need to go to Discord then.
Yeah, go
here. Yeah, you'll want to have
Discord
channel. Open. There you go. And just make sure to mute yourselves so you won't get any feedback or anything. I have myself muted in there, so
I'm already muted.
Are you going under general? Where are we going? Under general?
It's in voice and then general chat.
Oh, okay.
There you are, and you can see the screen.
Are we looking at Indiana Bones right now? Or what are we looking at?
No, it should be screen sharing.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah. So you got it?
Yep.
Okay. Hitman, you can see it now?
Did you download the episodes? Is this how you're doing this?
Hush, you.
A long time ago. Oh, the recap. I skipped it the first time around, but then I loved it. I wish I didn't skip it.
Are you in, Hitman? You can see it. You're all good. This is the quietest he's ever been.
Just trying to figure it out.
I know. I also want to make sure he's also still hearing us. Oh, he's muted himself now.
Wait, did he mute the wrong one? Be hilarious if he did.
Yeah, because I already see that he's muted in the Discord, so he's good on that front. It's just like I said, I created another Discord account and I logged into it this morning.
Okay.
I was screen sharing it on my main computer, and I was able to listen. I was hearing it and everything on the on the laptop, so it was working just fine on that end.
It's working for me fine.
Now I'm just waiting to get feedback from Hitman to make sure he's doing it. He's got it.
Is he still in the other chat?
He's in
okay, but why is he
he's in StreamYard?
Okay, there he is.
He unmuted himself. Hitman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there you go. So you can see it. You're all good.
Yeah, it's not playing.
No, not yet. I was just making sure we were all
Obviously.
seeing it and everything like that. So here's kind of the thing that so the way I was figuring it, that as we're watching it, we can do it in kind of the style of what the one channel, EFAP, every frame of pause does it. That if there's something at any point in time you want to pause, just hit pause, and you want to go over something, shout it out. And we'll also can kind of just, I know I'm going to be possibly riffing on this a little bit too. But at any time, feel free to say that you want to pause it at certain points to make your comments and stuff like that. So I just kind of wanted to give that quick little heads up, rundown, whatever. So we're ready to go.
I'm ready.
Hitman, you ready?
Yep. Yeah,
All
let's
right,
go.
Let's do this.
Can we turn the volume up on the actual thing? Or how does that work? Is that on my end? Okay, that is on my end. All right, cool.
He was this boy. Now he's not.
So yeah, I skipped this the first time around.
Well, it was just replaying the original.
But like they did
the original
this so
three,
well.
but the funny, I mean, the thing is too. So I'm going to pause this really quick. I mean, the thing is too. The music for this just sounds like generic trailer music, does it not?
I love it, but I love it.
Why? It sounds so uninspired. Why not use music from the movies?
It might just
from
be like
the prequels.
Editor. It might be the editor in me, but it's really nice to me.
I don't see how, but all right. I mean, they're already trying to factor in the nostalgia, right? They're wanting to key in on, oh, hey, guess what? Remember the prequels. Remember where this is coming from, but they don't include some of the iconic music. They certainly weren't holding back for the trailers. It just doesn't quite. I'm just kind of not understanding that point. Anyway, let's continue on. Right in the gut. Chopped in half.
He got stabbed higher in the chest, okay?
Even that was kind of quickly edited, so it looked kind of goofy too.
Mm-hmm. Charger!
Bros, you will be. Until he goes dark. And we'll bunk off into the desert. Done.
Boo-doo-doo. What was that? Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo?
Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo.
What's that boo-doo-doo sound?
I don't know. It's hideous. Lol, trolled.
Ah, see, epic, man, epic.
Well, they kept in the high ground.
Did you know that's actually a behind-the-scenes joke?
What is?
The high ground.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's behind-the-scenes joke between Nick Gillard and Hayden Christensen. He always had problems like being high up, and he would like fall down a lot. So he thought he would somehow put it into the story.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Or that's what Hayden Christensen thinks. I'll just say.
All right.
Yes.
His perspective of it. Okay.
Yeah.
From his point of view.
Mm-hmm.
You look like a burnt marshmallow.
Vader.
That line delivery always sounded weird to me when they had him doing that, because they're doing this whole extra reverberation and stuff or whatever to his voice. It's like it kind of comes off sounding weird. At least to me, it did.
Jar Jar.
Where's Darth Jar Jar when you need him?
Fun fact: that's not the same mom as Leia's.
I was waiting to pay this second time around because I was looking at the IMDb page and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think this is the same person.
No, it's not.
I was waiting for this recap to see it again if they would show it. And I was like, oh no. So right there in Solitude, training you will have.
Yeah, but he had to cut himself off from the Force, so the Inquisitors will find him.
But he's on a busy planet, hiding himself that way. That's how even Anakin was basically hidden through being on Tatooine. It's kind of a dark side planet, and he was hidden for a long time from the Republic, not being sought out as a Force potential. And if he's got training to do that he's not clearly keeping up with, and he's supposed to be protecting Luke, which he can't seem to do with his own capabilities. So we see how he kind of gets a little rocked later on, but he wasn't. These are things you'd think he would have been keeping up with, especially to still then take on in their own lore Darth Maul in such a quick and decisive battle. And then when he has to keep up and fight with Vader on the Death Star to hold them off, so giving them time and everything. So I mean, that right there just kind of comes out. They're giving away some of their own flaws,
I guess, but like they explain it away by just saying that he can't, because like they're actively searching out for Jedi.
I get that, but at the same time, it's like they also have the ability to hide themselves with the Force and not give themselves away. I mean, that's what even Sidious could do.
That's only a dark side power.
No, it is an ability that any Force user can essentially do.
Oh, okay.
And Sidious did it, yeah, and he also would sometimes kind of bring out the dark side powers when he was meeting with some Jedi to kind of tease and see if they would pick up on it. At least that's what was certainly mentioned in the Plagueis book.
Plagueis book.
Yeah, he does that to kind of like, I'm just gonna kind of just put a little hints out there to see if they'll pick up on it. So it's in that ability to do so. So
did he do that in Attack of the Clones too? When he was talking to Yoda about like when he asked him, he's like, Master Yoda, do you really think he'll go to war? Knowing that he had already seen how things were going to play out.
Not ringing a bell at the moment.
Then,
I can't speak to that one.
Why do you keep leaving?
Huh?
Why do you keep leaving the general chat?
Discord, yeah.
It's not letting me hear. Like, so I can't hear when I flip over to Discord. I can't hear you guys talk.
Really?
Why? You're on your laptop. Why not?
I don't know. It's being
stupid. So you can't hear the StreamYard chat when you just minimize the window?
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with it.
I minimized mine right now, and I can still hear you guys.
I just have two tabs open.
Yeah, I'm playing with mine, so that's fine. I'll just play it in the background. Well, I'll watch it in the background.
All right. So we're still in the recap, by the way.
Okay. It's like a 5-minute recap.
I know. So it wasn't learning to commune or anything. You just like, I give up. No more force. No more force for me.
LucasFilm. Ltd.
Where we continue to destroy the property. Oh, I see. They added in the armorer.
The armorer's always been there.
No, they've been like slowly adding characters into this whole little shiny bits, but then I skip it so much now.
Same. Out there is one of Padme's buildings over there on the left.
Doing Jedi Tai Chi.
Yeah. I'm surprised none of them have a lightsaber here, but you know.
Yeah, that was kind of my question about it too.
And I love that the clones are actually people. They're like live action people.
What's that?
They're actually people. Like they're not CGI characters.
Yeah.
In the
I didn't think
that.
CGI. Yeah, I didn't even think that they would be CGI, but you make a good point. But that's good.
They
that
still
they're
can't
actually
hit
people.
anything though.
Yeah, they can't look at that. They're hitting them dead on.
What are you talking about?
Look at that.
They just killed it. They just killed a Jedi, dude.
They're hitting
every
every Jedi dead on.
When they originally busted into the with all the kids and.
Well, no, because then she started immediately deflecting all the shots.
Like they're hitting dead on, and the Jedi's just blocking every shot.
Until now. Wait.
Nope.
And there we go.
Hey, look, that might be Reva right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Reva right there, who is among these group of kids. But you know, you got the special class. It's like, oh, what do? We got to run, right? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
That's a theory that I had heard.
I think it's pretty clear you should be booking it real fast. I honestly, I could have sworn, at least from some of the rumors, and maybe we will get this in one of the later episodes, that they were talking about Hayden being Anakin Vader, either fighting, maybe doing some extra stuff, or fighting Obi-Wan. But I was actually kind of like, this would be a great time to have Anakin, showing him fighting and killing some more of the actual like maybe some of the other Jedi Masters and stuff like that.
That's a theory why she knows Vader is Anakin. That she saw him.
I saw somebody talking about that, and I'm like, you're giving them an out, but I guess we still have to kind of wait and see, because it is a big question though. It's like, how the only people, and I know we're getting a little ahead because we aren't on episode 2 yet, but it's like, the only people that were supposed to know who Anakin was as Vader was Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Palpatine, of course. And now, through canon, there's been some stuff. Thrawn figured him out, but kept it to himself. Tarkin, and the Grand Inquisitor had Tarkin and the Grand Inquisitor had their suspicions. Although I think my buddy Des Mordo said that Tarkin did find out.
I think so, yeah.
Which wouldn't surprise. That wouldn't surprise me.
We paused it?
Yeah.
Okay. We paused it and we're just looking at the.
Sorry, I should have said I paused it.
Oh, you're good.
I'm thinking he's in the thing with us. All right, so I'm starting it back up. But yeah.
All right. And also, there's like a few Jedi.
Pausing it again.
Just stop pausing it. Just let it play.
Oh, fine.
There's a few Jedi on the right side, I believe, that are still like fighting even after like all the rest go down. Like that one with the green over there, like takes out the force pushes. It's pretty cool. They did that. But they're probably dead now.
Oh yeah, totally dead.
Obi-Wan Kenobi with the lightsaber as the eye. I wish it was called.
I just noticed that. We can't escape this goddamn planet.
I don't mind it. Mos Eisley, pretty sick.
What we mostly end up seeing are Jawas and maybe a few spattered aliens, but it's like, that's it. Then we get nothing but humans.
Huh?
Like, where's the Rhodians? Where's the
just Jawas? That's it.
I like their ship.
Yeah, it's neat enough.
Mm-hmm. It has the two prong thing like Vader's castle.
Oh my goodness!
Great. Oh, there's my favorite.
This is not.
Right there.
This is not the best entrance. I gotta say, this is not exactly a great reveal. This isn't like Vader storming the Tantive. It's just not the same It doesn't give me that same impression of epic.
What's cool is he walks exactly how the Grand Inquisitor walks in Rebels.
But I thought he didn't watch any of the Rebels show.
So Dave Filoni told him how to walk.
Ah,
that's why he didn't have to watch the show, because Dave Filoni wanted to give him the stuff. Yeah.
Man, he shrank.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a bit bigger.
He's supposed to be like what, 6'5"?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. I can forgive that. I really like how the Grand Inquisitor
You can
looks,
forgive a
though.
lot of things, apparently.
I can. Yeah, I can because like Star Wars, bro. I love it.
I enjoy Star Wars too, but I'm gonna be critical when you can't adapt something properly. I mean, he doesn't have to look exactly.
It's called adapt. It's a innovative I can't say the word, but adaptation.
When you're translating it from one thing to another, I understand you can't keep it exactly the same because of artistic stylings, but you know, you should
get
at least
it close.
Get it close to how that character looked originally. A lot of the problems that I have with a lot of mediums. But
The Jedi hunt themselves.
now let me make my
You notice
speech.
Reminds me of Inglourious Bastards. But do you notice he knows who the Jedi is like right away? And he's
No, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, he stares at him for just slightly longer than anyone else. And right now, so it's like how the Inquisitor is in the comics and in the show. He's just toying with them. She's obviously impatient about it. She doesn't care about all this.
Impulsive, I believe, is the word.
There you go. Impulsive.
You know, I think there could have been a little more tension, though, if he was just kind of more mulling around, looking at everybody quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Could have added a little more tension and this kind of intimidation as he's just kind of eyeing everyone.
It's the Eggman shot.
Yay! Key jingle!
But the Jedi code is like an itch. They cannot help it. They give him the yellow eyes.
Bro, I'm just sweating here, man. It's hot out. Come on. Hang on, let me sit here for a good 5 minutes to do this. There we go. Now you can notice me.
I don't like so like his line delivery. I don't know. He's a good actor, I think, but like his line delivery is not the greatest to me. See, you're wasting your time. You know that, right?
Just really bad. I think you meant to say just bad acting.
No, I wouldn't.
So they lose this guy as he's slowly running.
I have an explanation for this.
Okay, go ahead.
He says the Jedi hunt themselves, so the Grand Inquisitor doesn't want them to chase after him because that's wasted their time. So they know that he's going to come back because, like the Grand Inquisitor said, the Jedi will hunt themselves. They cannot help it but help the innocent. So they know, or the Grand Inquisitor knows, that they will be back. They decide not to hunt.
Kind of concede that, yeah. I mean, he's not wrong about Jedi actions for sure. I mean,
and what happens? The Jedi comes back. We don't see it happen or whatever. And I don't even know. Does the townspeople hang him up, or do the Inquisitors?
No, they just seems more like it's shocking that when did this happen, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They hung him wrong though.
he lost his parachute. He misplaced his wrong parachute.
Damn the French parachute.
I sound like I am on the verge of tears.
So if I don't want to say that. No, I don't want to say that actually, because it involves leaks and stuff that I know about. So far, all the leaks I've read, they've been coming true. So I'm excited for. I'm excited.
You're
for
excited?
I'm excited for episode 3.
Oh, the third one's supposed to be involving Vader mostly, right?
It's supposed to be a Vader-centric episode.
Yeah.
or a dark side centric episode. I hope Vader's mostly in it. How do you guys feel about Obi-Wan just working a mundane job?
I mean, you gotta pay for stuff somehow. I mean, I don't
You gotta-
find this
you gotta feed
as an
Rue one way or
unexpected.
another.
I don't see it as an unexpected thing that he'd, have to make ends meet somehow, unless he just had,
Endless
boatload of money saved up over his years while at the Jedi. But, I don't have any necessary problems with this, that he would be possibly working or doing something to, maintain himself out there in the Junland Waste.
Gonk.
Yeah, they had making sure they had the gonk machine in.
Also, this guy's line.
Or you could take it up with Jabba.
I'm not a fan of it either. I don't know. It just feels weird to me. The delivery of his lines. That guy should have been in.
That's what I thought.
He should have been like some kind of alien or something. That would have been cool. And then just give him like a random like alien voice, and I think it would have been fine.
What's the big alien thing right now?
So same with the other Jedi. It would be cool if he was some kind of alien race or whatever. Choo, 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 choo. Did you know in the comics that the EOP is called Annie something? Hold on, I can go find it. I have the comic.
Oh Jesus.
Where is it?
Hitman, I've been expecting a little more from you.
I'm waiting.
Oh, you got a specific point you're wanting to get into, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just basically Obi-Wan / Rey introduction. This is basically all we're getting out of them right now.
Wait,
they're
all right, so it's called Ak Annie, and if you rearrange that, and take away a K, it spells Anakin. Or if you just like rearrange it, Anakin, which is cool. I don't.
So when is he going to get it? Is that at the end of the series? He's going to get the house in the Junland Waste?
Probably, since it has to. It
has to tie into that, right?
Yeah, it's in episode 4.
Eventually,
so, yeah.
Eventually, right? They're going to have to tie into that. They find out about his squatter cave.
I think, yeah. I don't know anything leak wise, but
I'm just throwing stuff out there. It's just like, is that going to be the case? What's going to happen here?
Yeah, in episode 4, he has
Insta-meal.
Oh, he's back. You figured it out.
I think he's figuring it out.
That's probably why he wasn't talking when he was in this.
His Jawa lover.
Oh yeah, no, that's that lady from
No,
yeah, it's her love child.
It gets very lonely out here. The hand only goes so far.
100. It's Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
The negotiator.
Obi-Wan's lost his skills as a diplomatic negotiator.
Yeah.
He can't even outshine a Jawa.
Kenobi, the negotiator. Yeah, poor guy. I don't know. Just seeing Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan 2 is just amazing.
I would like it under better circumstances, but I'll take. No, I don't. I just can't get behind this Obi-Wan. They give him too much of the Last Jedi treatment.
Well, The Last Jedi wasn't warranted. This is absolutely warranted.
That wasn't warranted.
This is warranted. I said The Last Jedi isn't warranted.
Oh, it isn't. No, it wasn't. Neither is this.
No, this is completely warranted. The dude is broken. He lost his best friend. He lost everyone he cared about. He's depressed.
Yes, but okay. Now, all right. Hang on, let me pause this really quick.
You paused it.
Now, this is possibly me cheating really quick because I'm also using the context of the Revenge of the Sith book, which was written very closely with George Lucas's input. Obi-Wan was the basically shining example of a Jedi.
Yeah.
Yes, he had a deep connection with Anakin. He was his brother. Like, we got that. But he would do anything for him. But if it was to end a war or anything like that, he admitted to Yoda he would sacrifice his life if it meant ending the war. Yoda said he would do the same. Obi-Wan, from all of his years of training and stuff like that, he has that ability to compartmentalize, what's important, what he needs to put forward, and stuff like that. So, for an instance like this, yes, he did lose everything. At the same time, he also was given the most precious thing in the world, in the galaxy, basically, that he then had to protect. He was then also supposed to be training to connect with Qui-Gon to learn a higher, basically, Jedi ability that he'd be able to basically live on in the afterlife, in a sense. But his main thing was to protect Luke, to have that. He had an objective. And he basically, through this, yes, he's still doing it, but at the same time, he's lost sight of that a bit by giving up in this show, giving up the Force. He's lost his ability to do what he was capable of doing at the end of Revenge of the Sith. They overly broke him. I mean, he even says that
he's not the same Kenobi.
Yeah, he's not the same. No, and I get that he would have to deal with some of that guilt and stuff like that, but I would have seen that more as like it was through the Kenobi book. It's like he deals with it within that time frame, and that's within probably a good solid year, and he's finding his way of, yes, kind of holding back from always being that Jedi savior, but finding that new path that he has to take so he can protect the Lars family from a distance and stuff like that.
He still is protecting them, and he's
but he's lost that. Throw one of these Inquisitors at him right now, he wouldn't be able to defend himself as well. On top of that, he's buried his lightsaber out in the desert. He doesn't have it on him. I understand maybe keeping it hidden on himself to keep that, from being easily seen, but he within that, he knew when he would need that item to protect himself and to launch into being able to take action if need be. So that's part of my problem with this, because like it was to me, he was that shining example of a Jedi, and that's where sometimes I think where, while I love Ewan McGregor's, just passion when he is shouting at Anakin, "You are my brother, you were the chosen one," at the end of Revenge of the Sith, but at the same time, it is where I get it with the where it's being read from the audio book, where it's not giving so much emotion and stuff like that, because that is how the Jedi kind of were. They weren't so using their emotions, especially like what the way Luke is later on when he becomes a Jedi and everything. He's much more kind of in touch with some of his emotions and stuff like that. He doesn't just put it behind a big wall or anything. He is who he is, and that's what basically helps him save the galaxy too. But they forget that. But Obi-Wan, very different. So I kind of get how, even in the end, he's a little more, the way it was read was him being a little more monotone and kind of, I guess you kind of say a little dry, but that's just, he was that Jedi. And it was also what I loved with the Kenobi book. He has a moment of kind of just letting out some of that emotions about the fact that he was there with Anakin's great fall. But again, after he kind of had that moment to kind of let that off his chest for a moment, but he brings himself back and gets his head back in the game to what then he helps the characters in that book get done with this whole Tusken situation and all that. Great stuff. Absolutely recommend it. If you wanted, for anybody that doesn't want to go near this Kenobi show, that would be a book to go to.
Everyone I know loves this show.
And that's great. But I'm just saying, as an alternative, you got the Kenobi book too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sorry.
Let's go.
I'm in a cave, of course I stink. And when was the last time you washed your robes, you filthy little Jawa?
They wash it daily. What do you think that big thing is?
I never seen a shower system in one of those things.
Well, they don't shower themselves. They just shower the robes. Oh, yeah. PTSD is a bitch. So what's weird about this is it shows from Anakin's perspective too. So
yeah, that's a little. So
it's
off.
either
they should have just kept strictly
up.
from his. Oh,
so if they when he's in the pod racer, but if it shows, so it shows the pod racer, and if it does that, it means like one of two things: one, they messed up, or two, he's connecting with Anakin through the Force. Which he does in the
I would say if anything, the link between the two would have been severed from Anakin becoming Darth Vader completely. But there was even kind of hints to that in the Kenobi book too, where he says he's seeing visions of red. That could have also been him kind of connecting with the sand person Ayark. So it could have been either or. He mentions red vision basically, and that's how Vader sees the world.
Makes sense. His lenses are red.
Yeah. Apparently, Hitman's rebooting his computer.
Oh, damn. Is this like a daily task for him? He comes out and you just watch it over Luke?
It seems that way. And I swear, later on in the show, they end up reusing footage.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, they reuse him going from work to home and stuff like that. Like, it's the same thing of him leaving, cutting the meat, leaving. But they cut out the part where the boss messes with the employee and then him on the train.
It's a different size meat each time.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. They just filmed it all three different sections, all three in the same time frame.
Oh, God, he's just as spurgy as his father. Is it too late to end him now?
Oh, he's back.
Back, Hitman.
The boy must be trained. All the others.
Yeah, like he trained his father.
I like how he sounds like Alec Guinness a bit. He's getting closer to that sound. I don't know how to explain it. The old man.
The old man voice.
Yeah.
Getting stalked in the desert. That's got to be a creepy feeling.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like a Tusken.
I thought this is where they were. This was going to be the reveal of the Darth Vader fight scene, or at least one of them, or it's going to be a hallucination, basically.
Oh. Kind of lightsaber. He also changes his voice right here a bit, so it doesn't sound like Obi-Wan. Then he gives in. When he said take this and walk into the desert, I thought he was going to say like kill himself or something.
Disney happened to me. That's what happened. Wow, where have I heard that line before?
Yeah, but this time it makes sense.
Yeah, and you already have Cal Kestis out there. You have
yeah, I mean, he doesn't know that. He just thinks that it's just him and Yoda.
Yeah, so then
I mean, obviously he knows other Jedi are out there, but he doesn't know that other people are fighting. He thinks that it's all done. She's just like her mother. She uses a decoy.
Oh, I didn't even put that together. I was just like, okay, fake out, whatever.
No, yeah, it's just like the mother.
Well, except no. I mean, Padme's was a higher decoy. This is just a prank. This is a
yeah, exactly,
because she says that she thought this would be funny.
Yeah,
it's just about to happen.
But yeah, this is a different actress. This isn't the same mom.
Oh yeah.
Jimmy Smits though.
Yeah, they kept him.
Yeah, because you have to, man. The guy's amazing.
Except you haven't behaved.
A lot of people thought the show was going to be about like Obi-Wan protecting like Luke and everything, but nah, you got it wrong. It's Obi-Wan and Leia.
No, these were some of the leaks that were already dropping. Was that he was going to be involved with Leia?
Mm-hmm. But like the general public didn't know Leia was going to be in the show.
Oh, true.
Because like the leak culture in a lot of things is very small, very small. Like a lot of people, like back in Spider-Man, they did not know that the other two Spider-Man would be in the movie.
I just figured the tip off was the including the villains in the trailers, like they did Doc Ock, Green Goblin. Oh yeah, they're probably gonna do that with the title of it. It's like okay.
Which ship? Hold on. There's a ship that's brand new that was in the Rise of Skywalker right up here. That I think Porsche they created in Porsche created in the movie.
What ship are you talking about?
What, this one?
That one. Yep, that one right there. It's a brand new ship to Star Wars that was, or I mean, it was in Rise of Skywalker and Porsche created it.
So you're back, Hitman?
Yeah, I think I figured it out.
Awesome.
So we're at the point where Leia is
I think he's
escaped. Okay.
I think he's watching it with us if he's in the chat.
I just wasn't sure.
Are you watching it with us?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You haven't jumped in yet, so I just wasn't sure.
I can hide the members. What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Or I can hear you.
What? What'd you say, Hitman?
Oh, you dick.
Dick.
All right,
but yeah, that ship was created by Porsche, I believe. That's Porsche, or they had a hand in creating it, or whatever.
All right, continuing on.
Is there any way you can turn it up?
I turned it down a little bit so I could hear you guys.
Oh, okay. All right, that's cool right there. Are you able to hear us fine though?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool.
What?
I think she plays Leia perfectly.
Who?
Who else? The little girl.
The child? Are you referencing
Yeah.
the child?
Yeah, I think she plays Leia perfectly. Like episode 4 Leia, just like tiny.
I don't know. It just comes off a little more insufferable though.
Yeah.
Well, kids mostly are. I hate their helmets.
Yeah, flip him the bird. It'll be funny.
I hate their helmets. They look so stupid.
Liar.
You guys know who this is too?
Yeah, Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I didn't know that when I watched it.
I knew it was fine.
When I saw it, when he first actually showed his face, I was like, "Oh God damn it! They got Flea in this now."
I didn't know that. Yeah, see that's a bigger piece right there, and it's also a corner piece. The other one wasn't. Notice how he cleans his blade, takes care of his weapons.
Well, that's just being dutiful. I mean,
but like later on, like when he grabs his lightsaber, it's all like dusty and has like sand on it everywhere.
Well, he had it in a case. Of course, it was all dusty and everything.
And then he cleans it off by the end.
If they get rid of Rue, I'm gonna lose my mind.
It's not Rue.
Who's Rue?
Rue was the Eope named in the Kenobi book.
Oh, in the comics, this is it's named Akin. Anna. So I think this is
Edgerton here is brilliant. I think he's great. He's perfect as Lars. This is the best performance in this show. Best performance.
George Lucas did good job casting him.
Yes.
But no, Obi-Wan's the best performance in the show.
No, he's not. He's bad. Edgerton all the way. This guy is. But I will say they're bouncing off of each other great in these scenes.
Oh yeah. I want more scenes like this. But probably won't get them since he's off world now.
He's the one character that's still his character. It's great.
What you talking about, dude? The fifth brother's the same guy from Rebels. Riva,
he's just a little stunted, but he gets stilts later on.
Yeah. Riva's the same character as she is in this show. What you talking about?
She's just created for this show.
I know exactly.
But it doesn't make her a good character.
Dude, I love this hat.
I love it too. They released figures for all the Inquisitors, and I can't wait to get all the Inquisitors as figures. It's gonna be awesome. Maybe not Riva, but we'll see.
But I won't be reaching for it because I won't have a hand there. I'll be using my other hand.
Ugh, so bad.
Ready? Whatcha?
You know, that's probably somebody that owes Huts the money. They might be a little upset with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like her questionable acting in spots, I think it's intentional.
Wait, she always sounds like she's about ready to cry?
Yeah, I think it's intentional.
Oh.
Well, that's just her voice. That's just the actor's voice. Like, have you heard her in interviews?
No, I haven't. I heard her during the interviews. Yeah, it sounded the same, like she's on the verge of tears.
Yeah, that's just how her voice is. Now you're just bullying her. What the hell?
I'm just pointing out how it sounds to me. That's all. And it doesn't come off as, an intimidating character trait.
I heard the earlier talks about racism.
Yeah.
Space whales.
Do you know they mentioned space whales in the show?
Yeah, I about lost my mind.
He's not even. Look at. He's not even intimidated by her at all.
Yeah, because he's
just staring her right down.
It's Joel Edgerton.
Owen don't give a fug.
No, he doesn't. So her special gift that the Inquisitors use is her mind probing power.
Is that going to be explained necessarily?
Well, it's explained like through the show. Like the Inquisitor says in the second episode that just because your special gifts or whatever, and then it's the one power she keeps on using. It's her mind probing. It's also how she could find out how Anakin is Vader.
She pulled a Kylo Ren.
That's her power.
I saw somebody mention that.
That's
because she does the same thing in the second episode.
Yeah, that's mind probing. But like the only thing,
but Owen was not broken. Owen was staying strong. Owen's my favorite character.
Just the only thing that's weird to me is that she doesn't mind probe Owen, but also she has no reason to. So I don't know. Plot hole, maybe. Who knows? Or they explain. There's only 2 episodes out.
Or just bad.
Yeah. I don't know why he changes his voice. Ready? See? His voice is different. See, he sounds more like the actor in this scene. But it does also sound like the character
from
Rebels.
Got some reverb in the voice there.
Yeah, it sounds like the character from Rebels. Yeah. Instead of him, I guess it could have been him yelling, and that's it. So what she's owed is either she wants to be Vader's Grand Inquisitor or whatever, or she just wants revenge on Kenobi or revenge on Vader for...
I don't know why it'd be revenge on Kenobi.
Why would she need
Kenobi
revenge on Kenobi?
Because he sent out the signal not to come back to the Jedi Temple. That time is over. He made it to where Jedi won't come back and save them. He is the cause of all them falling. Something, or she just holds a grudge against Kenobi for that.
But what could have?
Well, no, it was just to stay. I mean, yeah, it was to stay away because I mean, what were they going to do? They had the whole Grand Army of the Republic at the time against
Kenobi
them.
was there at the Jedi Temple to send that message out, and he didn't try to help her.
He was already too
Most
late.
people were dead.
That was after the fact.
Oh,
but you're saying that she thought it was while he was there during the events of the Order 66.
Because
at least that's the implication.
He's one of the known last surviving Jedi Masters. She has some kind of vendetta against Kenobi.
Well, we've got that.
My question is, what would that vendetta be? Because if the argument is like, well, he sent up the message, well, okay, that was after the fact.
But she was still alive, and she could have still been saved. It's kind of like the same story from what's it called? The game Fallen Order.
Fallen Order.
Yeah, it's the apprentice was angry at the master because she didn't save her. It's kind of the same story as that. So not that. It's a theory of what it is. There's no concrete info yet. At least I don't remember any, and I don't want to go back and look at leak videos.
I don't know. This whole city does not look. It doesn't look like the Alderaan that I'm used to. It looks like a Mass Effect city or something to me.
It looks exactly the same from Revenge of the Sith. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It looks exactly the same from Revenge of the Sith. Also, yeah, it does. C-3PO right there.
No, it doesn't.
You also see R2-D2. Wow, how come the SJWs aren't mad at him?
He's too swarthy. They aren't going to go near that.
Yeah, C-3PO, and then R2-D2 is later on in the scene. There's the one silver C-3PO. I don't know. Oh, YO. Is this her just being like a smart child, or is it her using like the Force?
Just her being a smart child, it would be my guess.
That's right, I think, but also
because I mean, even with
Kenobi-
her connections to the Force don't come along until much later for her.
Fair point. If so, she's a smart freaking 10-year-old.
A little. I mean, I understand who her parents are and everything in her upbringing, but it just comes off as a little too over the top.
Hey, she's a Skywalker, bro. She's a Skywalker. She's a real Skywalker. She has everything. She doesn't even know it yet. Did we miss R2-D2? I wasn't looking at.
We might have. We were chatting over it.
Oh yeah, we did miss him. Damn it!
Aw, shucks.
He's buried outside Kenobi's cave.
That's not R2. You dumb. That's not R2.
I don't ever remember owning a droid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, R2's with them.
But he has a droid buried in the sand, giving him alerts.
I don't think it's an R2 unit, but
it looked like R2.
Look at this. You ready for it?
Well, it's not necessarily an R2.
Wait,
it could be an R4. Oh boy, jeez.
He said
Urgle.
it. Urgles.
Space whales.
Which Ezra's coming back, boy.
Space whales.
Oh, Jimmy Smits is so good.
No, I will say it's between Owen Lars and Bail Organa that at least they still seem to be their characters still.
Yo, who names their son Bail, by the way?
Somebody in the Star Wars universe, an Alderaanian, apparently.
What the hell, man? I wonder if he got bullied as a child. Like, you gonna bail on us, Bail?
Different terminology for different universes, bro.
I guess. He's just a cool dad.
He tried so hard and she still disappoints him.
I mean, I think he knew that she was leaving.
Yeah, he kind of had an idea.
Did this scene bother anybody? This upcoming chase scene?
Why do you think I played the yakety sack?
Not really.
Ugh. All I hear is Californication.
What does he do in the Red Hot?
Come on,
Chili
bust out the
Peppers?
bass, bro.
Is he the bass player in the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay. I've only heard a few of their songs. I hate their hats.
We have longer legs than her, but we can't keep up.
Outrun.
Okay, this scene coming up though, where she slides, looks really. That looks. I don't know. Part of that looked off.
What a cool name.
It looked almost like it was like CG'd in.
The dirt may have been, yeah.
Like a 10-year-old.
This they are acting like the escaping cheerleader getting away from the slasher villain. They're tripping over everything. You know, she's not exactly the Flash here.
Nostalgia.
Hey, I recognize that data pad.
It's a Game Boy. It's a PSP.
Advance.
No, they had that data pad from way back in the day. I remember using it for some early guild stuff from when we were trying to plan stuff for Star Wars: The Old Republic, or it was in for Star Wars Galaxy's emulator. I grabbed the image of the data pad and tried editing it and stuff.
There's more. If you watch Clone Wars, there's more context to this. Them asking for help and him saying no, because like before this, the last time someone asked him for help was Satine, and she died. So, and you're supposed to watch in Disney's recommendation episodes or those episodes to watch of Clone Wars. So, yeah. You can see the pain in his eyes.
Oh, I'm not saying he's not a bad. He's saying he's a bad actor necessarily. I'm just saying he's just not Kenobi. He's
not
Jake
my
Kenobi. He's Jake Kenobi. It should have been the bird from the Flintstones. They might as well have. Oh, we are starting to see a little frustration though out of old Obi-Wan.
Contemplation.
A little bit.
All the shuns. I mean, you gotta. This is Disney.
This is really uncomfortable. Can somebody get me down from here?
Did he get like stabbed or something, or is he just hanging up there?
He's just hanging around.
He's taking a nap.
I mean, the implication is he's dead. So
no, I know. There does not appear to be a stab wound on him, at least that we can see.
Because that's what dead people look like when they're hanging.
Yeah, their head hangs down. What you talking about?
I have no qualms on the way he's hanging there.
A lifeless body. I like his outfit right here.
R2.
It's not R2. I wish Kenobi looked like this through the whole show. I don't like. It's cool, but like the outfit he changes into.
He still looks like a hobo.
I just like this one because he got like the poncho going on.
Are we gonna get him in full Jedi garb at the for the final episode? Do you think is he gonna be like back in his old outfit?
He might. I think.
Or I somehow found your cave. The hardest person in the galaxy you shouldn't be able to find, but I found your cave. Damn it!
He tracked his transmission. What you talking about?
Magical Jimmy Smits. I got him, bitch.
Did you guys think it was anyone else?
What? That was in the cave?
Yeah.
I didn't really have any expectations on who it would be.
People were thinking, "Oh my god, it's going to be Qui-Gon."
Oh.
Qui-Gon never died.
Well, there's a point in this show that I was expecting Qui-Gon to make a ghostly appearance, but I forget which point it is.
He can't be Force Ghost. He's only a voice. We explained this, dude. We had this whole thing.
A year after, it was in the book, The Last of the Jedi. We talked about this, yes, because the Wheels of the Force, he did take corporeal form.
It's the droid's fault. 100%.
Damn droids.
Mando was right from the beginning.
What do you mean? Lando wanted to bang his droid.
No, Mando.
Oh, Mando. Well, he had that for like a short time, and then he's like, okay, I guess droids are cool now.
Yeah, it's character progression. They're making so many toys of that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Droid.
I have. Except a busted up old Jedi.
It would have been better if he said, "I'm counting on it," instead of "No one's coming for me."
And damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
I find it so impressive that he's able to figure out where he buried his lightsaber in the vastness of this desert.
He sensed it with the Force.
Yeah, Jedis can sense their kyber crystal.
Yeah. Yeah, because even in the Revenge of the Sith book, Anakin duly locates where he tells Obi-Wan where his lightsaber is, even though it's not attached to him at that moment. And
I think
that's where he gets chided.
Isn't in Shatterpoint, Mace Windu would pit his lightsaber on people and track his lightsaber?
I need to go through the unabridged version of it, so I don't know.
I'm reading it right now. I haven't got to that point.
Okay, I think he does. I don't know if it's in that book or not, but I know he would do that, which is like a terribly tactic. Give people your lightsaber, but it's how we would track people. So, also, what is weird is why is Anakin's lightsaber already modified?
Is it?
Yeah, look, it has the like the little circles on it on the ignition thingy. See right there.
Oh.
And also the I don't know what it's called on the side is also different. It's like a switch instead of a button thing. I don't know. The Anakin saber I have looks immensely different.
Huh. It'll be funny that way.
I like him with his hood up in this outfit. He looks good.
Well, it's kind of that reminiscent look of him being in his Jedi robes, basically.
Mm-hmm. Which didn't it show it his robes earlier in the episode?
I don't know.
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it did.
The only things we've really seen him in is this hobo garb here.
Yeah. You know what this reminded me of when she said, "Are you coming?" Is the
What's
Rey
that?
thing. The Rey. What's your name? Rey.
Oh.
I don't know why, but that reminded me of it.
I thankfully had forgotten most of that movie, so I didn't remember it.
I've only seen it once, and that was in theaters. I just have a wicked awesome memory, bro. All right.
So that was the first episode of all this fun and excitement. Jay Hitman, what do you got to say for yourself over there?
Just absolutely the worst. This is oh dear, just the absolute worst.
This episode, 10 out of 10 for me.
Well,
10 out of 10. Wow.
Dobby also can go, and then I'll give my thoughts.
Okay. If you
Go
want
ahead.
to go.
Shoot.
Okay. 10 out of 10. I think they did Obi-Wan perfectly. Reva, it's intentional why she's annoying and why we don't like her. Even the characters in the show don't like her. So it's how they're writing the character and how Deborah Chow is directing her. Because like there's weird acting choices, but like the director would say, okay, don't do it that way. But there's a reason why she's being like this.
No, that's what I was talking to my buddy Das, and he was kind of saying, yeah, it's kind of, if you look at it, it's the same sort of direction the way Lucas gave for Anakin, and how for some people, his performance came off not so great to some, but that was Lucas's direction for the prequels and everything. So, I see what you're saying.
I don't find what's her name, Leia, annoying at all. The chase scene, there's that one part where she like runs into the branch, like what the hell? Couldn't you go under it? But whatever. Maybe that's one thing in that, but other than that, no. Fifth time.
You're
time
awfully
it.
forgiving.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
nitpicking at this point. That's all I'm doing.
That's a nitpick. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I already kind of gave my thoughts about the way Obi-Wan's been handled in this, and that whole chase scene too. It just was
from my not any of the legends or whatever stuff, from my just knowledge of the movies and the Clone Wars and all that, it makes sense.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm not always remembering everything about Clone Wars and everything, but it's like, I mean, I would even just stick to even coming from the movies. It just still feels off that, you know, Obi-Wan would be behaving this way considering the way it is between them, but I guess like it is, this is added story to it, right?
Because like Obi-Wan is he said he loved Anakin like a brother.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that as a Jedi at all. You're not. You're
supposed to be... I get that. And that was, yes, his own.
He would do anything
part of his own
Anakin.
character. Yeah. And that's what I was saying. But he could also still compartmentalize certain situations and have his head in the game of, you know, what his duties are and what, you know, like it was. The Master Yoda himself gave him his mission and what he needed to start accomplishing so that they could be ready for when Luke and potentially Leia come of age and are, you know, a little bit older, and when it's the Force is kind of showing them the time to start taking them under their wings to start training them as Jedi to that point. So he had a mission. He knew what he had to do. I understand having, you know, his PTSD and all that, but I still feel it's handled much better in the Kenobi book, where yes, he had that moment of kind of, you know, letting out. Again, he knows how to pull it back and be on his mission. He had a mission.
So I think he's also lost hope.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hitman.
Here are my thoughts on it. I think this is, you know, I think they have bastardized Kenobi. This is not the Kenobi of the book is not the Kenobi that we're seeing. To Fractured's point, yes, he had issues, but the book, as Fractured says, like fleshed it out, right? So there's, I think the scene that I think Fractured's referencing is he's talking to Annalene and he just loses it, right? He snaps and he's like, I failed him, I failed everybody. But even though he was struggling with, you know, when he's sitting there talking to Qui-Gon, he's talking through, you know, all this and that with Anakin. But he never at any point in the book do you get that he's this depressed, shrunken back hermit that doesn't want to do anything or help anybody.
Well, you know, I wouldn't say I would say that he through his talks, because he's kind of in his moments, he's kind of talking to the wind at that moment because he still hasn't made that direct connection to Qui-Gon. But it's kind of his own therapy. He's voicing it. He's talking about it in his way. He is, yes, affected by what happened, by what Anakin did to the Jedi and how much he let him down.
Right.
But it's still his way. He is working through it even from the get. Because like I said, he knows what he has to do.
I multiple times, through the Kenobi book, he, like the cantina scene, right, where he gives Luke to Wild.
Oh yeah,
and and then he's using, he's taking out, the lights go out, and he's ignites his lightsaber, and he basically takes out everybody. There's multiple times throughout the book that it proves that he's still. He's still Obi-Wan. He's still his former, he's still Obi-Wan, right? He's not this shrunken back, and there are points where he's like, no, I can't do it anymore. I've got to, devote all this time to the boy, but he still goes out and he still.
Basically, what it is it's Obi-Wan finding his new balance in life, what he has to, what he knows he needs to do in order to, in his way, stay hidden, not draw too much attention to himself, but at the same time, keep himself at a ready's notice to, either help protect Luke or be ready to train Luke. Because, even in the show, Owen goes, the only thing you're caring about is whether or not he's showing, which is such weird phrasing. That I don't know. They should have
very
done something better with that line. Is he pregnant? What the
guy?
But
show body parts.
How would you phrase it then?
Okay, you got me for a moment there. But it just sounds like an awkward line,
Yeah.
At least it did to me when I first heard it showing. What? I knew what he was talking about, but at the same time, it just kind of can't.
a wee bit odd.
I don't know what you could have replaced it with necessarily, because I'm not that quick-witted with it. I don't know what you could have replaced it with, but I just feel like there could have been some way of saying that he's, maybe into showing attunement or some. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was stuff like that where Obi-Wan is kind of keeping an eye, so he knows when it's gonna be that moment to hopefully, bring up basically the next, in a sense, kind of a new chosen one, in a sense, because it's even how it was phrased between Kenobi and Maul in Rebels.
Yeah,
that's what he asked him. Is it the chosen one? And he says yes. So,
well, Kenobi's lost hope. He doesn't have any hope.
But he's looking at hope every day. Luke is that hope for the galaxy.
Yeah,
that's just it. He has that hope in Luke.
He can't train him though, because the Inquisitors, like they explain it in the show, and this show is this Star Wars.
You can't train him now, because the whole thing, like the original Jedi Order, was all about bringing kids in. But like Yoda said, it's time for a change. Wait until he's older, then then will be the time. And also just kind of waiting for the moment for them to do so, to make that move.
Doesn't Yoda also say he's too old though?
Well, that was on when he was on Dagobah, and that was, I think, more of Yoda kind of testing him to see his own, determination and whether or not he was actually ready to be training. And then, of course, Obi-Wan steps in, and kind of further. Wasn't much. I don't think he says it wasn't much older than me, but he, kind of explains the differences between him and Luke almost. And that's how then Yoda goes, okay, well, I'll train the boy. But I mean, I think it's the way Yoda was behaving that whole time. He was always kind of testing Luke and seeing where he was at. So
other issues, the cave is ridiculous.
He'll get the house. He'll get the house eventually. Just
that's his reward for the end of the show for saving Leia.
This is 10 years after. This takes 10 years after, right?
Yeah.
This is 10 years after Revenge of the Sith.
How many years after does the Kenobi book take place?
I don't know. That's kind of like.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Kenobi book isn't canon. It doesn't matter.
It does. You're telling me he's got to live in a cave when he had a hut in the book? Like, it makes no sense. Why a cave? It's stupid.
Because he needs to stay
absolutely
hidden.
Ridiculous.
If he has a house, he won't be hidden.
But that's the thing, though. The reason why it's like mentioning your book is that was some of the established lore and canon. That was it. That was what was going on. He found it was like a few months or so after getting to Tatooine,
right?
And he finds that place. He has to fix it up, sure. I mean, it's not like this old brand spanking new or nothing, but that was kind of part of it, and why they then got him for interacting with the townspeople that he was, and creating that that story, that nice little storyline.
Yeah, the Baron of the Lightsabers, stupid, makes no sense.
I don't. I mean, especially with the way he was, especially about the lightsabers, about always never misplacing it, never losing it. I mean, yes, he knows where it is, but at the same time, it was always something that he treated as, yes, a precious object. And I wouldn't have thought he would just kind of bury it out in the bumfuck middle of nowhere desert. He would have had it in his cave, sure, like it was with that transmitter and in the data pad hidden away in a trunk. But nah, just throw it out. Well, we'll just bury it out in the desert somewhere.
So
out of my reach, where I can't get to it easily, and if I really needed it.
Aside from some of the bad acting, the chase scene is ridiculous. You're telling me that 3 grown humanoids can capture a 10-year-old girl?
Yes, she knows the terrain more than them.
A tree branch is.
I understand that. At the same time, they are going to have the advantage of longer legs. She's still very short, squat. He ain't
There's
gonna
a-
get very far that quickly. She was
There's
like
a
acting like the
scene-
Flash.
There's a scene there's a scene where she's literally waddling like a penguin.
No, that's all
Like,
she does. She just waddle. Yeah.
Like, so, and here's what it comes down to is there's going to be people, when we come to the table, you've got people who take the side of true canon, which is Lucas, and then you have the people that like are on the Disney side. So we're never going to agree on, so we're always going to have our differences, but if
Gonna have to agree to disagree.
yeah, but if you're talking about canon, there's no two canons, right? Canon is what Lucas created. You can't have two truths, right? So
you're right. So the Disney canon, right?
So no, Disney is not canon.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. Like,
Because
this is all
Disney
my
also
opinion.
made the
Everybody-
decision to X out certain canonical books.
Those are where I guess disagree to
content.
agree, or like Fractured saying, but like for me, like this is not the Kenobi one of the book. This is not the Kenobi of canon. This is a bastardized, deconstructed Kenobi that Disney's pushing. My opinion. I retract. I'll crawl back into my cage.
All right, on to episode 2 then.
This should be a long stream, boys.
Yep.
We might hit 4 hours, boys.
Oh yeah, we're gonna hit 4 hours.
5 hours? Right here.
5 hours, maybe.
I'm on vacation. Let's go.
Oh, you are? Nice.
Dude, so pumped. All right, episode 2 now.
Yeah, I'm playing it right now. You guys have seen it?
Okay. Yeah, just a recap. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I see nothing on the screen.
You're not seeing it?
I just see a picture of you in general chat.
Make
Oh,
sure
wait.
you're. I was gonna say you might
okay.
have to go in and
Yeah,
re-click on
yeah,
it.
There we go. Yep, there we go.
Because I know better than you.
She checked the archives. I don't know how it's possible. I think that also might be just a lie. Dun, 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 dun.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Again, I magically found you here.
He tracked the transmission.
Did he have a tracking fob?
Yes.
he has the only one.
Ah, the lightsaber.
Man, if
reveal.
this was SWG, Obi-Wan would have been so tanked.
Listen, maybe
Showing off your
this whole
lightsaber like that would have gotten you on the bounty boards. My God.
Maybe him being able to find his lightsaber proves that article we read last show about how crystals have feelings.
Oh God. Don't. Just
The
don't.
lightsabers have feelings.
Don't.
That's why.
Stop it.
Yeah, that's why you can bleed a crystal, right?
They can feel.
I reject your reality and substitute my own, and it's better than yours.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Lightsaber. Or actually, Obi-Wan Kenob.
Kenob
lightsaber. All right, I already know your first complaint. Dayu, why can't it just be Nar Shaddaa? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, you were there when I said
I know. Which I will give you that. They could have done that.
Why
That would be
not?
really cool.
I mean, it's like I've said, it's funny what they like to pick and the weird pick and choosings of.
The only thing is that they probably wanted to use this planet just to the fact that no.
Okay, what are
transmissions
these?
go in and out.
What are these little like penis monster things?
I don't know. Star Wars.
Dude, really?
That's my only. That's my.
Anyway.
So Dayu, like the main thing about Dayu that matters is that nothing can go in and out. So when they put up the bounty for Obi-Wan, no one knows that Obi-Wan is still like out there. And like,
Well, that was the Inquisitors doing. They locked down this whole spot so he can't get out.
This guy says, right? I mean, if you probably missed it, but like the guy just said, once you come to that Dayu, nothing goes in and out. That's why you can't track it anymore. The thing.
Or is it just because that it's a gambling planet, so you lose your? It's like Vegas. You lose your pants, so you end up staying there and owing, and that's basically what happened with this this little spice dealer. She said I was somebody's kid too.
That's actually Ewan McGregor's daughter.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, I won't repeat what I said, but
I love this part.
Oh yeah, this is where I would have thought Qui-Gon might have kind of spoken to him, but instead we get the bum trooper. Help a veteran pay for his new teeth.
And Obi-Wan doesn't know about the inhibitor chip. He never did. So he still has bad memories of clones.
That never should have been done to begin with.
Hey, that's Lucas's canon, so shh.
That was Filoni's canon. That was his doings.
No, Lucas created everything in Clone Wars up until season... No, he did everything. Yeah. Dave Filoni was just his right-hand man. Everything was Lucas's ideal. Lucas wanted to
Lucas's was in interviews too of saying that it was just kind of left up to the team to work on it while he was also off doing his own side projects and stuff, which is what he thought it was running on its own just fine. But what he said in interviews is that, you know, it was set up to do that while he was trying to, I forget what movie it was he was working on at the time, but he was also trying to, he had it set for other projects. So he was kind of he had his own side stuff going on that he wasn't always paying attention to the Clone Wars.
He wanted to put Bane and Revan in Clone Wars, and Dave Filoni talked him down.
What I saw was Filoni wanted to put Revan in.
No. That's the other way around.
That was axed by Lucas, and I was like, thank freaking Christ, because that would have been a horrible decision.
It's the other way around. Lucas wanted to do it, and the whole team went to Lucas and said, "Hey, we can't do this. It's not how Sith work." How do you feel about fake Jedi?
It's just kind of just a goofy bit. That's all. I just kind of was like, once they got into it, I'm like, oh, it's a scam. After Kenobi got pointed in this direction and they started this little scene, I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's scamming.
Mm-hmm.
And so then this starts up with him pretending to do the mind trick. It's like, okay.
I'm talking about this is not how it works. Oh, there he's like, oh, okay. It's fake.
The Force is so strong with you. I don't have any measurement for it, but yes, you're so strong in it.
He's a child of the Force. That kid grows up and dies. I don't know.
Yeah, he goes to Luke's academy and gets killed by Kylo Ren.
He'd be the same age as Luke by the time the academy is built.
And?
Or it just wouldn't make sense for him to be there. Probably gets killed by an Inquisitor, though. I'll tell you that.
Or then there's that aspect, too.
Mm-hmm.
But just because he would be at the same age doesn't mean he couldn't still go to Luke and get training if he is strong in the Force.
Yeah, you're right.
Because then, again, yeah, look at Luke. He wasn't a young age when he learned. That's where that was supposed to bring change to the Jedi, but oh well. Only a few credits.
That light is the light when he says the light is very unforgiving. It's hilarious. Hints of old Obi-Wan.
Yeah, we do get a little bit of cheeky Obi-Wan here. Wow, I thought guns were so uncivilized.
You know, he has the most unsmart con going on in the entire galaxy. Because Inquisitors are hunting Jedi, and they go off by what they hear.
Yeah.
And like once the people get off the planet, they'll be like,
it's certainly painting a target on his back.
Yeah. He just looks like a Jedi walking around.
Yeah. But I mean, it's possibly because, you know, this is an outer rim world. They aren't always around here.
Yep.
So.
Or stays in Dio, or what happens in Dio stays in Dio.
Yeah, exactly.
He's touching his beard.
Oh my God! I noticed that too. I'm like, oh, there it is.
I thought at first this guy was like Dexter's race. I don't know what it's called, but then I was totally wrong. And also, those goggles won't fit his eyes. Like, what the hell?
Nobody said they planned out the wardrobe for these people. I mean, clearly they have one guy with three-eyed goggle slot. Only one guy got the correct goggles, I guess.
Yeah.
He was the last one there, so he had to take what he could get.
It's breaking Kenobi.
Yeah. Kenobi gonna start a spice business. Sorry, yeah. Spice business.
Who's gonna be like, Leia, we gotta make some more spice.
Luke, we need to cook. I don't know. That one looked more like a Doctor Who alien than a Star Wars alien to me.
So in this fight, I like the attention to detail when he smacks the Zabrak.
So this is like John Wick 3 action choreography where he took a full-on minute to, instead of just keep moving, he takes that full minute to stop and let the Zabrak punch him.
Yeah. I like how he hurts his hand when he punches the Zabrak, though. He's rusty. He hasn't gotten in a fight in a long time. He doesn't start training with the Tuskens until after this.
Oh, God.
This is the origins of the book. Just think the book takes place now after the show.
Impossible, because he was carrying around an infant baby Luke.
Just erase some of that stuff.
What?
You're right. I mean, have you seen a Jedi bleed before?
Well, I guess not, considering their wounds are usually from other lightsabers or laser blasts, so they get cauterized. You don't see blood that often from those wounds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. His lightsaber looks weird in this for some reason to me. It looks like it's too long or too extended.
I think it's the same prop from Revenge of the Sith, if I'm not wrong.
I'm just saying, just the angle of the shot just kind of makes it look like it's elongated or something to me.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it very well could be. It's just in this shot, it's like, huh. Not really.
Yeah. Was that necessary?
Yes. Now, stay in there and trip balls while I go and complete this. I'll use my helicopter lightsaber at you.
It's the lizard guy.
We got dinosaurs.
Yeah. It's just like a New Hope. Come on.
I can save myself. You know, it seems weird to me that you'd think Organa in such situations of being in charge of Alderaan, being a senator, he would have given Leia some sort of phrasing to Kenobi in particular that Leia would know that he was somebody to be trusted. That seems like kind of
yeah.
It just seems odd to me that there wouldn't be something like that he would have given.
You got a point there. It would definitely get rid of some of the filler in this episode.
Yeah. It helped the flow a little
I
bit.
heard so. There was a
He
lot
turned
of
into
people,
Mortal Kombat Ninja.
A lot of people were saying that this, or this one guy I was watching said that like there's a lot of filler in these 2 episodes. If you take out that filler, this would be a perfect movie.
If you took out the filler of all the episodes, combined it into one, it probably would be a fine movie because that's basically what all this is. This is one big movie.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the one guy, Ivan Ortega. He's gonna be clipping down Book of Boba Fett, and I'm curious what he's gonna do to make that cohesive.
Yeah.
Because he did it. He did an edit of Last Jedi. I couldn't get through it just because it's still the Last Jedi, and I was like, "Fuck this movie."
Someone did. They pit Clone Wars, the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars, Revenge of the Sith, and The Bad Batch together, and it's a 5-hour movie, and I love it.
I haven't watched Bad Batch, so
It's just the first episode of Bad Batch.
it's gonna be the next one we watch.
Hell yeah. You guys gotta know. You guys with the Ahsoka series coming out, you gotta watch Rebels now.
Not doing it.
You will.
Space whales.
No, I can't.
You will. I'll be there. I won't be there, but.
So this seems interesting.
I'm just trying to look at it as a regular old Sith scene.
Yeah.
I don't want to get it. We already went over this.
No, yeah, I don't care about that political PC stuff. I don't care. It's Star Wars. Get out of my face.
But sadly, it's
they
there.
put it in your face, though.
No, not. And I didn't even think of it that way at all until you guys brought it up, and I'm like, what? Why? Why would you think of it that way? She's a girl, and she's a different color.
Well, I
What's your
know.
point?
Like I said, in any other context, yes, I would just see this as
Yeah.
Sith being Sith.
Oh, so I was watching
But there-
Rebels. Some scenes of Rebels of the Grand Inquisitor, and
Yeah.
he does not have a lot of the he has the same lines in the face where when it gets towards his eyebrows and stuff, he doesn't have lines. Like right in his facial area, there's no lines on his face in Rebels. I don't know. why he doesn't have any on his chin.
But is that just the limitations of the CG work and trying to cut costs here and there? Because I also would make sure not to have Vader too often because of his cape and how much of a bitch in time and cost and stuff to animate his cape. So I could see where they cut certain corners because as we already did the examples of an Utapauan with those facial lines, and in the Jedi. What is it? Survivor trailer or whatever. Survivor.
Which
that
actually,
Utapauan had the full lines all the way down his face and had the teeth correct and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
And I don't think it's the Grand Inquisitor, but he certainly looks like him.
He's,
this was from the trailer.
Yeah, that was from the trailer right there. But from the Jedi Survivor, that guy's an Imperial Senator.
Okay, so
and then the guy with the lightsaber.
I knew he wasn't the Inquisitor. I figured he was something different.
The person with the lightsaber, the red lightsaber, is also a separate person, and then the clone or whatever the hell is inside the back to cloning chamber or whatever. I don't know who that is, but
no, I don't know either. It looked like some white-haired dude.
Yeah, which there's
might have been a Dathomirian or something. I don't know.
It looked like they were missing an arm too, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I didn't catch that so much. So where's the tracking fobs? Why don't the bounty hunters have tracking fobs?
Can you just? I thought you have to have. How do tracking fobs work? I thought you have to have a.
I don't know. They never explained it.
Okay, well then, yeah.
But shouldn't they have them?
I don't know. This is before.
I'm going to let you walk all over me, by the way.
This is before the guild was made.
It didn't sound like the Bounty Hunters Guild was that fresh, but okay. Granddaughter, maybe. I'm no older than your dad. Piss off, lady.
He just looks older because he has the beard and.
Beard does add age, yes.
Yeah. If I shave my beard, I turn to 18.
You're in a very precarious situation, girl. Shouldn't you just be focused on getting out of there?
She's a curious kid.
I get being curious, but at the same time, you're in a dangerous situation. There's a fight or flight response. She's clearly not showing any signs of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially bad situation when you're right there on the street. You shouldn't be using your force powers right there on the street.
So I don't think she.
That
so
in
like
of itself
saying,
would draw attention. Yes.
Like I was saying in the chat, I don't know if she ever hears him being called Obi-Wan at all. So
isn't Reva shouting his name at the end of this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of hard to miss that one.
Like I don't remember a lot of stuff from when I was 10.
Well, she's such a smart, intelligent little girl. You'd think she'd be remembering plenty of stuff. Especially such a significant event like this, being kidnapped.
It could happen again every other day. She's in Rebels. She shows up in Rebels.
I know.
Like person. Have you seen Rebels?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I knew about the space whales, and I told it to Hitman, and he had a conniption fit.
I didn't have a conniption. I just slightly lost my mind.
I watched the video. You had your mind. You had an aneurysm. It was a Star Wars aneurysm.
We've all had them eventually, Hitman. It's okay. Well, maybe not Daviaso, but I have. Don't worry.
Kenobi is the ember of a dying age.
Even though there was that kid 5 years ago who escaped us, but let's forget about that.
Well, I think he's referencing that since he's a high council member, he was a council member, that he is.
He wasn't making much of a distinction of Jedi. He's just saying Jedi very plainly.
Yeah.
So.
I kind of wish he was the main antagonist.
I think that would have been a much better choice, especially since he has the recognition.
Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been a better villain.
Or if he had Reva as his attack dog, basically.
Yeah.
Not as her being such a defiant one. But there's probably, I hope they explain it. I have no concrete info, but I hope they explain why she's like how she is.
I'm sure we'll get some explanation of it. Whether or not it's any good, that's the next question.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I'm very wary on her character too. I can defend it at points. Why did he do that? So I wonder if this show's gonna be split up in like 2 arcs. So we have the saving Leia arc, and then we have the going into the Vader versus Kenobi epic arc.
I kind of, yeah.
I kind of hope
you're probably
that.
right about that. I'm really hoping that this is gonna be it.
I hope, I wish, because I know 3rd episode, if leaks are true, we're not gonna see that much of Kenobi probably in the 3rd episode. It's gonna be based on the whole dark side.
I would kind of hope that they would tie up this little bit, get Leia back to Organa, and then go into the whole Vader dark side crap.
Mm-hmm. But also I just feel like she can't be present with Vader. The Vader fight.
Absolutely not. Shouldn't be.
That would break. Would it break canon or continuity? I mean.
Well, he would only, if anything, he'd only recognize her as Organa's child. Yes,
yeah.
There's no connection in the Force because not even in A New Hope does he make any kind of connection to her. There is, that's kind of the great thing in the Rise of Darth Vader book. That's one of the things that scares the shit out of Bail Organa and him trying to hide Leia is his fear of Vader maybe sensing who she actually is.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a great little bit that happens in that book because then he's doing everything he can to keep them separate.
Does Bail die on Alderaan when it blows up?
He's part of the. Yeah, he's on the planet when it goes kaboom.
Okay. Bro just killed him.
How uncivilized. Yeah. And the clothesline from Kenobi. He is down for the count.
I just think of Jim Ross from WWF.
Yep, that was. Oh my God! He is broken in half.
Oh, what a slobber knocker!
I wonder if she's gonna ever speak in the show.
No, I thought she said something earlier about what was going on. I missed it.
Is this the garrison that he's requesting?
What?
When he says he wanted a garrison within, I don't know, an hour or whatever it was. They ever showed up in this episode?
Yeah, maybe. It's a dinosaur! Honestly, I kind of hope they make a figure, a Black Series figure of him, because that'd be pretty cool.
Everybody's shooting at Kenobi, and she's still running from him.
My friend,
so she's not that far away necessarily. She goes through a lot of unnecessary parkour moves and shit like that to get to them.
I just think the officer's like parkour.
My friend's only complaint is that fall right there. Is that her Batman fall?
Yeah. Well, and then all of this, I mean, she could force sleep and stuff. She could quickly get through all this.
Because like in Jedi Fallen Order, like the same thing. And also I love the sound design of this scene. Each time she jumps, you hear like her force jumping. It's pretty cool. I like it. I don't mind it.
You would. I just think it's a lot of unnecessary stuff that happens where she could have just easily just leaped from building to building to building and gotten there much faster because she was not far away.
If you could do parkour, wouldn't you want to do it?
I wouldn't waste unnecessary movements. Despite how flashy it is.
It's very, very flashy.
It's unnecessary movements. For somebody that can use the Force and get around much easily. Yeah, like this.
Yeah, okay, that one was pointless.
And then up air backflip, really? You could have just as easily just leaped right up there, would have kept moving much more smoothly.
The dinosaur! He killed the dinosaur!
You stupid little girl!
You know what? It kind of looked like she made it.
I thought she was going to make it. I'm like, okay, watch. She's going to make the jump. But hey, nobody makes the jump on the first try.
Yeah. I like this scene right here. It's his first time tapping into the Force in so long. The music is nice.
And then she just goes kersplat. End of series. We're done. Go home, folks.
Gwen Stacy.
Damn, that kid just defied gravity. Do we have a concept of gravity?
How do you get down there so fast?
Yeah, and then Obi-Wan teleports down there. Your father really should have given me some phrase or code word to say to you that would have really chopped out a lot of this annoyances.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Everyone thought this guy was Forlom, and then boom, get got. Good way of exposition right there. He is the last of the dying empire, or emperor, whatever he said. What's the planet he says?
I don't know. Is that Makuzo or something? I don't know. It was kind of hard to tell.
Where's my phone at? I'll look it up. I guarantee that's a sand planet.
This seems like a weird sudden face turn here.
I know there's a reason why he's pretending
because he's like, oh, he was even in there counting all of his credits. The little kid comes in and and is like, oh, we're gonna get ourselves a good bounty here, and they rush off, and then suddenly he's here shooting the droid and going, hey, here you go, here's your way off.
I think he said Medusa.
Wink, wink. Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he said Medusa.
I still don't know what planet that is.
It's in Star Wars canon, so
Wah,
couldn't
wah,
make it
wah,
up
wah,
like
wah,
Dyer.
wah, wah, wah. Look at my spinny lightsaber. Look at this.
Sentient planet, apparently exotic species, although they were not sentient. They were all trained. So
Obi-Wan teleports down off a building. Meanwhile, she's still running after them.
Well, I mean, she lost him, I think.
Even though she wasn't that far off from them. You are a dumbass.
It looks like he's wearing a bathrobe.
It does, yeah. And that's...
I mean, it's the point, but...
No shit.
See, right now she's like subtly mind probing him. But yeah, this is the special gifts that the Inquisitors use. The Inquisitors use her for. Which is why I think that she finds out that Vader is Anakin when she's like in the same room, because if Vader knew that she knew.
Yeah, but
Vader
if she has to make contact like that, like Vader would ever let her near to do anything like that to him?
No, I mean,
you'd
like,
have much
not
stronger
Vader.
force defenses than...
No, not Vader. Like, since Obi-Wan is not like really attuned with the Force right now, and he doesn't have his, I'll say, barriers up or whatever, she learns that Vader is Anakin through him. Which would be a simple explanation, but it's the simplest could be the best. I got choked up here. I was like, oh my God, they're talking about Padme. R.I.P. Padme.
I can't take those lightsabers seriously.
I like them when they're like that. I don't like the double blade.
The spinny blade?
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not the biggest fan. See, when she calls him Obi-Wan here, she's gone already. So there's one spot where she calls him Obi-Wan. She's gone. Okay, but so this part, since she uses her mind probe like to this, not like full extent, but just like generality or whatever.
Where do you get the impression of that, though? They're basically doing Return of the Jedi right here.
The fear, yeah. Exactly.
Well, that's just sensing of emotions, yes, but that isn't probing his mind. Or
did Vader mind probe? Did Vader mind probe Luke? How did he find out about the system?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Okay.
He did a bit. Yeah.
So that's what she's doing right here. Exactly what Vader did too.
But the thing is, like, even the Inquisitors aren't meant to be fully trained Darksiders, too.
No.
They're meant to be.
But that's her special
depowered.
gift is mind probing. And then, so hold on. I love his motion right here. It's great. A1 acting. See right there, she senses.
Right. Yeah, like I said, they're basically just copying Return of the Jedi when Luke was hiding from Vader.
So I think that's how she knows that Anakin is Vader, that she just sensed it.
How I never figured this out, Lord knows.
Well, I mean, it's a lot better than how it originally was. He found it out through like a hologram.
It wasn't a hologram. It was just the Imperial HoloNet News reporting on Vader's strike force attacking Kashyyyk. That's a pretty big momentous thing to hear about, especially when he's killing more Jedi.
All right, so he's not dead, by the way.
No, but you're certainly making me look like enough of a bitch.
Stabbed him right, like, above the waist, like the belt line.
Yeah, he stabbed in the same place as Qui-Gon.
No, Qui-Gon got stabbed higher up. That was only in the Lego
It looked
version.
about the same. Yeah, she's just shouting his name.
Yeah, but they can't. Do you think a little girl can hear that over the
Considering some of the magical shit people can hear in this show, it wouldn't surprise me.
Also,
it shocked me that she didn't.
This is my favorite scene of the second episode. Is the last scene. Is him reaching out to the Force, reaching out to Anakin in the Force, and then Anakin like awakens.
Is that what is supposed to be happening with this?
That's what I feel it is. Like he reaches out like to Anakin, like, "Are you really there?" And then,
or maybe he realizes
Anakin like erupts, it feels it, and erupts in rage.
Yeah.
So that's what I think it is. It's like he like just look at his eyes. He's fucking pissed. And what I love is that's Hayden Christensen right there in a shit ton of makeup.
I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't look so great.
I kind of think Star Wars Theory may have done that scene better, but it's okay.
I was gonna say I saw a picture of Star Wars Theory earlier, and it looked a lot better the way he had it done than what this looked like. And that was episode 2, folks.
But he was in like a back to tank in this one, and like in a Star Wars Theory, he was hanging there.
Got all pruny in the tank for too long.
Woohoo! We did it.
We suffered through 2 episodes.
Are we gonna watch the 3rd episode?
I don't know if we want to do this again. Do we want to do it like this again next time, or should we just stick to doing our notes and stuff? Because I don't
like
mind
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's easier.
Yeah. then you're forced to watch it, but like you don't have to do it on your own time. There you go.
True enough. So yeah, we'll possibly be doing.
It's just Hitman just needs to make more commentary.
No.
I was gonna say, for somebody that was saying that they were so pissed off with this show, you're certainly quiet. The quietest you've ever been.
Hiding I'm trying to mask my anger through the Force.
He's just enjoying the show.
Oh,
really
I am the cynical asshole of this group. Haha.
Yeah, he's just getting enthralled with it. Like it really got his attention.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are my only hope.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think of the second one?
Me?
Yeah.
So there's some parts where I don't like. So my biggest complaint my first time watching it was Reva killing, or not killing, but injuring the Grand Inquisitor. Like I was like, wait a second, that kind of threw off my mood for the whole rest of the episode, and it kind of ruined it for me. And then watching it a few more times, like now the 5th time seeing it, definitely I'm like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. He's not dead, obviously.
Well, no, I never expected him to be dead, but it does not put him in a power position, though. That's the problem.
I loved him in Rebels, and I just wished he was a bigger character. But that's just my hopeful thinking.
When you have your character who's the Grand Inquisitor, he should be a little more insightful, or at least, ready to certainly know when your own Sith are going to betray you, especially some low-level ones.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think he'd be potentially a little more prepared. Like I said, this makes him look like a bit of a chump.
I agree.
And it's especially, you want to build up your villains to make him a threat. And I get it. You want Reva to come off as a threat too, but they were already setting that up through, her mind probe and stuff like that, and her certain doggedness to going after Kenobi the way she is. But, taking out the Grand Inquisitor, who's supposed to be, top dog, technically next to Vader, or in even his mind, he's side by side Vader. He's not beneath him.
Oh yeah.
So, it does damage to your characters that way.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Man, you were saying something? Never mind. I guess he wasn't. Sorry. Go on. Yeah, I kind of interrupted you though. So go ahead.
So like that was like my first time watching it. It kind of just threw me off, and I'm like, wow. And then the Vader thing didn't really like hit me like until I watched it the second time. I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. I understand like how it is supposed to be or whatever. It just took me a bit to process. But my favorite scene is that final scene with him reaching out to Vader or Anakin, and then
kind
Vader
of almost making a reconnection in a sense.
Mm-hmm. And you can just see the rage in his eyes, and
you
can even see the yellow in his eyes too.
Yeah, you could see the Sith eyes. Basically, that's what was going on, which was basically what you saw at the end of Revenge of the Sith as he's turned into a marshmallow.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they gave in to fan backlash, or if they just like didn't add in the yellow eyes for the Grand Inquisitor.
They probably at least either it was going to be a corrected thing, like it just needed to. They were gonna. It was like post work that they were gonna get to, and the trailers were like some of the early. Because I mean, that's even what sometimes will happen with like game trailers and stuff. They'll put out some old work, and then later on down the line, they'll touch it up and add new stuff to their thing. So it could very well be that, or yes, it would surprise me if Lucasfilm actually bent the knee to the fan base and actually,
because they never do that. They never admit their flaws.
Yeah,
ever.
exactly. So
stupid.
That in of itself would kind of shock me that they would actually do that. But
Right.
Maybe it was. Maybe they were like, "Hey, we're kind of getting some pushback. It's not. It's not."
So this episode's definitely a 9 out of 10 for me, or maybe 9 out of 10, not a 10 out of 10. But 9. No, we'll go 8.5. Let's go with 8.5.
Oh, okay.
Between 8.5 and 9. I'll go there.
Hitman, how about you?
Oh god, I can't. How do you get to 8.5?
Like, how did I go down, or how did I get up that high?
How did you get to 8.5?
So, like, just from my first viewing experience of it, at first it was like really low. Like in one of the live streams of one of my YouTubers I watch, I hit like a 6. I'm like, oh, that thing really messed me up. It was that whole Grand Inquisitor thing that just really threw off my mood for the whole episode. Even though like the good first parts were like, it was okay. The whole Reva thing, I wouldn't say understand like why she was acting that way. I just like, oh my god, it's terrible. Why did they cast her? Whatever. But then I'm somewhat understanding it. We'll see. I'm just optimistic, hopeful.
Well, I'm glad somebody is.
Obi-Wan is definitely still the favorite part of it for me until I see Vader, and if they do Vader well.
That's gonna be that's still my question about all this. Is what's gonna happen with the whole Vader stuff?
They still don't have James Earl Jones like listed anywhere. So like, I wonder if they're gonna like use Hayden's voice,
or they're gonna do their whole AI voicing thing.
Also, I wonder if we see Vader without his mask, if we're gonna hear Hayden's voice.
I would think it would be Hayden's voice,
because it would be kind of weird, but like also like I don't know, because like I just don't.
What, you think they would dub him over with
That guy's dead, I think.
No, what? No, I was gonna dub him over with the Clone Wars Rebel.
Oh no, they would never do that. They would never do that.
I was gonna say, so they would use. No, I just if Anakin's out of his if he's out of the suit, it'd be Hayden's voice. I would think.
Yeah, it'd just be weird. So, you just never heard that before.
Find it interesting. So, OG Star Wars just posted Obi-Wan Kenobi series is changing the way fans view Obi-Wan in exile to match it to Jake Skywalker in Last Jedi. Don't be fooled.
I mean, yeah. That's why I said he was getting the Last Jedi treatment.
Yeah, I think it's just done better though. It's for me, it's more warranted. For him with Luke, it was not at all. Like
no, it certainly was not warranted at all.
I tried to kill my nephew. I always try to say son. I don't know why. I try to kill my nephew.
Well, I mean, in Legends, his son was named Ben, and it seems more appropriate that Luke would name his own son Ben than Leia and Han would name their kid Ben. That doesn't make any sense.
She named him Ben because Ben saved him when he was younger. I don't.
Oh, you just had to draw that connection, didn't you?
I saw it on I think somewhere on YouTube. I forgot where. All right, back to you, Hitman. Let's go.
I don't have a score. I don't think I can even score it.
Oh, really? Did you like this episode more than the first one, or which one do you like more? If you had to pick. you two fractured?
Probably, I don't know, probably the second, just because I find it interesting. The last scene where Obi-Wan, you almost wonder if he's thinking about, like, obviously he's thinking about Anakin, or you would infer that he's thinking about Anakin, and then Anakin just wakes up in the back of the tank. So I find that pretty. I'm curious to see if they play on that. Definitely, I don't know. I had less issues. I had my issues with the second, but I think the first one far exceeds the second. So I'd probably say the second. I wish that she would have had some type of code word.
Yeah, I agree on that. Yeah, that would remove so much, get rid of so much of the filler in the episode.
I'm very shocked that they killed. Well, so
we'll find out next episode
about the Inquisitor. I was very shocked that.
I'm sure he's gonna get thrown into a back to tank.
100%. Back to tank. 100%.
I don't know. I wouldn't ever have thought that they were gonna kill him. It wouldn't have surprised me if they actually did that.
But this quick though. Like this
doesn't mean
soon,
it's
like
good.
Second.
But like, just I think they did that to him because he would still be in Reva's way of getting that. Because later in trailers it shows Reva's commanding the Inquisitors, or like not commanding, but like she's like, because she's in the lead of the in charge of the hunt for Kenobi now. Whatever, she might like spin up a story, say, "Oh, Kenobi attacked the Grand Inquisitor and stabbed him and then he's unable to like respond because he's like, halfway dying." Either way, we
get the chance while he's in the back to tank. Yeah,
we 100% know now. There's no way she survives this show.
Well, if they end up not making it a limited series and do end up having a second season, she does.
I don't think he'll be in the back to tank for that long.
Well, not the Inquisitor. True,
because I don't think Disney would go against their own canon. Never mind.
No, I'm pretty sure some of the leaks are probably going to be true. She's going to be redeemed and all this crap.
Which is what I think is like. Which I think not better job than Kenobi, but like, that's also why she's like so like her dialogue feels forced at points, because like she doesn't fully believe in the whole Sith thing. She still has some light side in her. There's an explanation for that. We'll continue on the review.
Right.
I don't know. I think I had more issues with. I mean, obviously issues with both, but I didn't have. For the first one, I had more issues with. So,
boom! I got you to like one of them more, even though I know
I don't like either.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you each week. I'm gonna ask you which one out of all three.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
Wednesday.
My problem, what it comes down to is they had the blueprint, they had the template,
and then they threw it away,
and then they just
right in the trash compactor.
So, Fracture, what are your thoughts?
I am from watching these two episodes back to back. I certainly see why they put them both out at the same time. They definitely needed it, probably, especially with the second one being a little more action packed than the first one, because the first one was definitely building everything up. And then, of course, the Vader tease is the big cock tease of them all. You got to have that. Yes, you had Obi-Wan kind of, picking back up the lightsaber and everything at the end of the first episode. But, of course, the bigger draw, and always the bigger draw, is going to be Vader.
Which at that point, why did you even separate the episodes?
This should have been just one big pilot episode, essentially. Yeah,
I don't understand
exactly.
Which Andor's doing the same thing. Sorry.
I think I've already kind of made a lot of my points about the episodes clear on what I found were issues in them. I don't think either. I think they both do their damage to, even just if you're just looking at movie canon from Revenge of the Sith to A New Hope, especially when you got the Inquisitor speaking out loud Kenobi's name within enough earshot for the kid to hear, because Obi-Wan was certainly hearing it before she ran off to the cart. It does draw some issues with her sending out a call to Obi-Wan Kenobi, especially maybe this is just because I'm making an assumption here, but when Bail is sending Leia out to take these codes to then also find Obi-Wan, she would be shown pictures of him and stuff like that, and it'd be called, "Oh, I remember him.
Uncle Ben?
Uncle Ben? Yeah, exactly."
Yeah.
The one that doesn't constantly get killed. Oh, wait a minute.
The guy that wouldn't lift me up in the middle
of the street using force powers to give himself away to the stormtroopers that are near 5 feet away. I mean, if we're having to pick one episode over the other,
yeah.
I don't know. I would just probably lean maybe more towards the first episode.
What?
Just like I said, the characters that are presented there are still, the characters that are known who they are to be. I really liked how much Edgerton embodied Owen Lars.
He's just a grumpy.
Oh no, I thought it was perfect. And then on top of it, he's staring down the Inquisitors. He's standing his ground and everything.
Yeah.
I think it just God. They both have problems. That's the thing, and it's hard to choose. But I mean, just because maybe more of the focus on Obi-Wan in the first episode, that's kind of where I lean. It's just still tough, but I mean, it's okay. It's good. Like I said, it was great seeing the Owen Lars character a little bit further along and acting the way he's been portrayed in the other mediums of being like, Kenobi, stay the hell away from me and my family. I don't want no part of you and your stupid Jedi goofiness and all of that. So I like that. I like that was something that at least something was consistent.
Yeah. PSA, trending news. Well, Kenobi is trending on Twitter, just so you know.
Really?
Oh boy.
Well, Kenobi. Yes.
But like I said, some of the setup was okay for getting him to that point, but then it just kind of like it is. And once you got into episode 2, it was just kind of a lot more filler going on. But I still think you could have trimmed out certainly some of the back and forth of him going from work to home and stuff. You could have trimmed some of those scenes out a little bit. At least the the middle part after the Jedi comes and meets with him. Could have cut out that little back and forth and just maybe gotten more to him getting the call from Organa and all that, and then him showing some trepidations about the way he's behaving or just the way he's going about staying in exile. So Ian McGregor, he knows how to act. I'll give the boy his kudos. I just don't think he's playing Kenobi.
No,
to me. This is just going to be me on this. I understand that.
I think I read it from Script Trooper. Was Ewan McGregor an executive producer or on this show?
I don't know.
Or a producer of some
I don't know. I mean, oftentimes when they bring actors back for certain shows, they just kind of throw them into those, titles just to kind of go, hey, we got them. They're back, and we were giving them some.
I know. I don't know about that, but I just know in the Marvel shows, a few actors who are actually executive producers, like on Loki, Tom Hiddleston is, but that's also
and
like the character for 10 years, and he knows the character best.
Yeah, well, and I know from the Cobra Kai series, both Ralph Macchio and
I forgot his name. Crap.
I'm forgetting his name too for some reason. Freak.
I'm gonna look it up. Damn it.
Hang it.
John Lawrence.
Yeah. John, no, that's his character's name. John Lawrence.
It's William
Zabka.
Zabka, yeah. I was never gonna get that.
I know they're on the Cobra Kai show as like executive producers and stuff, but apparently they got more of a call of whether or not these shows would go forward, especially Macho
with Netflix and stuff.
Well, previously it was first with YouTube. It was first on YouTube Red, and then it went to Netflix. But
that's when it picked up.
Before, like doing some of these series, that Macho was really kind of strict on how especially at least for his character to make a return. So
Same
at least
thing
I know
with,
from that, but I don't know what the situation is for
what's his name?
Kenobi.
Bill Murray is very like he holds part of the Ghostbusters, whatever.
Yeah,
is,
well, the whole thing with the Ghostbusters was
Very
that him and I had his name in my brain for just that second, and it
Doesn't one of the
vanished.
actors have like beef?
Yeah, they had a beef, and then it apparent from the story that I heard too that they didn't make up until the other was basically on kind of sick and on their deathbed anyways. Harold Ramis. Yeah, they had a long time beef, but the only time that we probably got a proper Ghostbusters 3 was the video game. But yeah, that was what was holding up actually getting further like a movie or whatever was whatever kind of beef the two of them had. It interrupted that ability to make the new stuff, make new movies and stuff.
I'm gonna cut it. So he was because Tripper was replying to one of my Willow Zarel. I don't know. Is responding to one of them. He said he is an executive producer. He should be ashamed of himself, or at least realize producing isn't his. Producing isn't his thing, and then move on. Apparently, is what.
Well, it also just depends on how. I mean, yeah, he's in an executive producer role or whatever, but also what Lucasfilm will actually allow for input and stuff like that. Because I mean, listen to the way at least Mark Hamill tells it. He says how he was always going to either Jar Jar Abrams and stuff, and kind of trying to give some ideas and input about his character, and they just kind of shoot him away. According to him,
he just finally sold out, in my opinion. Or
I thought he said he was done being Luke too, and then he comes back.
And then he comes back in Mandalorian. Yeah.
Right.
Although he feels that they're doing Luke justice. So,
to your point, I think I don't know. I think he's finally just sold out. So the argument can be made that, like you said, like he went to Lucas multiple times, and they weren't going to give a crap what he said. Or he's just like, well, if I can't beat him, I'll just join him for this paycheck. I mean, it's one of the two.
Well, it's all speculation, right? We're all just taking guesses of what's going on. We don't know. I mean, it's great to be a fly on the wall there. Find
100%.
out some of the nitty gritty.
The guy that was one of the most vocal has now been less vocal.
Silenced by the
mouse. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in there, though. 100%.
You get probably some very juicy information for sure.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting.
Yeah,
and then I don't have any rate. I can't think of any legitimate ratings for the show. Even for when I would give something for Boba or Mando.
Do you like
I'm just
Mando? Out of the 3 shows so far,
Mando is a weird thing because they were kind of doing. I think it was the repurposed Boba Fett movie, but they turned it into a show and put in their quote own new character.
I think,
but it is the better show that they have out of the live action. I can't speak for all of the animated stuff because I haven't watched all of them.
Yeah,
I think Clone Wars hands down is the best.
I'd say that this is just as bad, if not worse, than Book of Boba.
I would put them in the same spot. But the thing is, I'll certainly give a little more to that once we see this full series played out. The thing is I'm going to also try and withhold the idea because I mean, Vader was one of my favorite characters, even as a kid. Vader was always one of my favorites, next to Luke. Those Luke, Ben, and Vader were definitely my original 3 favorites.
Right.
Anakin. It goes Anakin, Vader, Obi-Wan, Rex.
Not bad choices. But so it's going to be very curious to see how they use Vader in these coming episodes. I don't care for this idea of the new epic showdown for them to have. I still think that's a broken idea.
So what I think is I'm not here for the fight. The fight's gonna be cool and whatever, but
I'm just saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying that I know that's a factor for some people and stuff, but I'm just like, it's still kind of an issue. And
I want to see how they react to each other.
It just undermines the fight on Mustafar and undermines the fight on the Death Star. Like,
right.
Plain and simple. You know, to have another fight.
And
like,
it'll be
not,
interesting to see what happens with all this, how they put it to the screen. So
yeah. I can't rate it. There's two. I mean, when you think that they can't break continuity anymore,
they find new ways.
And they find ways to break I mean, it's just So, but like I stated earlier, you know, it's where everybody agrees to disagree. You know, you've got two sides, that strongly believe in what they believe, but what it comes down to is our side's better. So no, I'm just kidding. I joke. I'm not joking, but anyways.
Well, this was certainly a hell of a way of doing all this.
I think honestly,
a new experience for sure.
I think we should do this though, like with this specifically next time.
You think Obi-Wan should be the exception to this?
I think so.
Or do you think this should be the way of doing it going forward?
Well, I think it could be an evolving process. Yeah, I like this with this one specifically, but I think we can maybe this be the new thing going forward. I don't know, but I do like this way.
Do it for Kenobi, and then if so far,
Mr. Insect jumps in with a comment. In my mind, Hamill is full of shit. Either he read the script and agreed to it, or he didn't read it and took the money. Hollywood whore.
I mean,
wow, there's someone still watching? Crazy. After 4 hours and 42 minutes.
Man, I watch a bunch of live streams where people go for this long, if not more.
Even gamers go on for quite a while.
I usually listen to these kind of videos like when I'm trying to go to sleep.
I mean, I'll watch Friday Night Tights. They go for 4 hours. The Geeks and Gamers Tuesday nights main event, they do theirs for about 4 hours. EFAP, they'll go for 8 to 10 hours sometimes.
That's insane.
They're insane. But like I said, they're much more meticulous and nitpicky and stuff like it is. They are pausing that film every freaking second and going through every detail. It's insane.
We'll get to that level maybe someday. Maybe not.
I don't even want to get to that level. It's insane.
No,
I'm not not that smart with movies.
Well, okay.
So I think certainly with that we will call it an end. We're wrapping it up. This is the end.
Yay!
It was fun. It was certainly a new experiment for us to do it like this, and I'm glad it worked out for the most part. At least
I think we're doing it going forward. We should do it. Let's do it.
I enjoy watching this show again.
Well, there you go. Somebody was enjoying the.
No, when you guys go back and watch other shows, like if you guys do Bad Batch, I'll definitely be there.
I don't know about
every episode. I'll be.
Here's the thing, though. The contract is that if Fractured makes me watch Rebels, I'm forcing him to watch Bad Batch. So I mean,
have you seen Bad Batch, Hitman?
I have seen Bad Batch. Yes.
Did you like it?
I haven't. We signed an NDA when we started Saturday Night in the Sith, so I can only talk about things as we're reviewing them.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember this NDA, but maybe the money trick was placed on me. I don't know.
We signed. Yeah, we drafted it and signed it together. That's weird.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy.
Okay.
It's crazy.
And with that, to everyone that has been listening out there or watching, thank you and good night.
Or will be watching.
Good night.